Hello, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for tuning in. Welcome to Mystic Sensation Live with your host Anne Marie and Byron. I want to say welcome to those in television land. Welcome to our silent viewers. Welcome to those in the chat. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week and looking forward to a wonderful and restive weekend. The topic for today is Integrity Commission. We can't verify your statutory declaration. So I'm going to ask that when you're coming in, please thumbs up the live, share us out if you can, and if you are new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. It will be greatly appreciated. And when you subscribe, please turn on your post notification bell so when we send out the notification for a live stream, you will be notified. Also, the number to join us in the discussion is streaming across the screen. Feel free to use it to call in. We'll let you know when you can call in if you want to do so. Also, the link is pinned at the top of the screen. You can also click to join us on screen for the discussion. You don't have to turn on your camera if you do not desire to do so. And again, welcome, and happy Friday to each and every one. This Friday came by so quickly. I can't believe the week is finished already. The time is just running away. So let me quickly acknowledge those in the chat. Welcome, Moya. Happy Friday. Truck Life, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for your continued support. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate each and everyone who joins us from Friday to Friday. And welcome to those who recently joined, who recently subscribed. Thank you so much for your support and welcome to our family. Really appreciate each and everyone. RJ, welcome. Happy Friday. Wayne, welcome. Hope work is not too hectic for you. And also, Alkibulan HVAC Service Inc., Toronto in the building. Welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much. Isaac's family, welcome. Happy Friday. Kiss, welcome. I'm saying good evening. Straight up, blessed up. Thank you so much for joining. Looking forward to the usual insightful presentation. Thank you so much, Chuck Live. Happy Friday. Inner Circle, welcome. Oh, Kisses in the Philippines. Says it's morning here in the Philippines. Happy Saturday to you over there in the Philippines. You're in the future. Must be in the US. No, we're in Canada. Juba, welcome. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate you. And Janet, sorry, I skipped over your name. Welcome. Saying good evening, Mystic. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Freedom, welcome. Saying hello, Mystic Sensation, everyone in the chat. I heard it was chilly up north today. Yeah, it's a bit chilly. It's getting there. The leaves have started turning yellow already, which I'm not enjoying seeing, but it's inevitable. Okay. So thank you so much for joining each and everyone. Really appreciate it. Without any further delay, I am going to hand over to Baron so he can start the discussion. Oh, sorry, before I forget, we have a special guest tonight, Dr. John Lennon. He will be joining us later on in the discussion. So stay tuned. And again, thank you again for joining. So Baron, I'm handing over to you.
All right. Before we start, we are going to just put some energy, of course, in our blood, because tonight is going to be a very intriguing night. We're going to be dealing with some very in-depth investigation, right, as it relates to the Integrity Commission, as it relates to the 6th parliamentarian who under the scope of the Integrity Commission. And of course, we'll be revealing some information, right, to show the public that once again, the Prime Minister had lied to us, continue to be deceitful. But before we go into that, let us hit our you know, a little music there to
Oh,
warm
yes.
up some energy. And then we get into the eat of things, of course, because we need
Okay.
that energy.
Welcome, Tara.
All
Happy
right.
Friday. Say
Tara,
blessings to everyone. Thank you
blessings.
so much for joining. All right.
Roll call, roll call,
Jump away,
roll call, roll call.
jump away.
There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning.
Again on it.
Roll call, roll call,
Jump away,
roll call, roll call.
jump away.
There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning.
All right. One more time. And
Roll call, roll call,
Jump away,
roll call, roll call.
jump away.
There's a meeting up in heaven, roll call. Is your name written there in the Lamb's Book of Life? Roll call, brother, sister, roll call. Roll call. Good morning.
all right. Feeling the vibes, feeling the spirit, and of course, feeling the energy.
1 sec. Welcome, Arthur. Happy Friday. Saying I reach.
All right.
Welcome, happy Friday.
Nothing.
Also, Brenda, welcome.
Okay.
Saying that rain is falling.
All right. So once again, I want to say a big thanks to new subscribers coming on board. I want to say a big thanks for those persons who continue to follow us, continue to strengthen us. Right? You are the main backbone of the program. It's your support that continue to strengthen us. It is your support pushing us, giving us the mileage to go. And of course, the ultimate objective is nation building, because we love our people and we love Jamaica. Now, tonight, my ardent listeners, I am going to get into some, deep investigation and show Jamaica, right, that we deserve much better than what we are getting, right? Obviously, we have been getting poor governance, right? We have seen a government that have no interest in nation building, but have interest in terms of lining their pockets, right? We have seen a government who decided that they don't have, the courtesy to keep us informed as it relates to being transparent, right? Being balanced and being fair. And so then, of course, we, the Jamaican people, right, have to come together, realize this, and deal with the issue at hand. It's critical time, serious time, right? Once again, we have seen where the Integrity Commission identified 6 members of parliament, and not only that, they identified 6 members of parliament. I want to tell Jamaican people that the Integrity Commission investigation has been completed. And of course, the report that sent and showed them, I would presume that the Integrity Commission dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's as it relates to their investigation. But we have seen a delayed tactics coming from the Prime Minister, right? And blatantly lying. Now, tonight I'm going to prove to Jamaica that the Prime Minister, right, seems to want to go against the rails of justice, seems to want to corrupt other institutions in order to hide his acts of alleged corruption. So tonight we are going to prove it. We are going to prove it with documentary evidence. And we are going to prove the modus operandi, right, of the Prime Minister himself. Now, I am going to begin with a clip with Dr. Peter Phillips speaking on facts. And then, my Jamaican people, we are going to show you something as it relates to the crime statistics and what we are seeing that the government is making every effort in terms of covering and suppress information from the public. But without any further ado, right, we are going to get into those clips. Tonight, it's a honor that we are going to have Dr. John Lennon with us, all right, and he will be doing his presentation, right, as it relates to exploitation and taking us through his wide wealth of knowledge. So Dr. John Lennon, I am really anticipating that. So guys, I think we have in the chat where the petition.
Yes, its petition is pinned in the description. I'll pin it in the chat.
Yeah, we are going to pin Dr. John Lennon petition in the description, in the chat.
Regarding the bauxite.
Regarding the bauxite mining. And I want people to support it, right? And people to share it, right? Because it is definitely targeting the level of exploitation that our Jamaican people is going through. So I am not going to go through any details in that. Dr. John Lennon will take us through that. And so then we are anticipating, right, for that time. But for now, let me just start with Dr. Peter Phillips spitting some facts. And then after, we are going to get into the deck of things. I'm going to take us all through a particular investigation and let Jamaica see the high level of corruption. This is not about, putting party over country, whether GLP or PNP. People, what I'm saying, open your brain. Open up your brain and look around you, right? Inflation, right, is making a wave through our life, destroying us. And particularly, where the act of corruption. So we're going to speak about those corruption and we're going to highlight those corruption, regardless of what the Prime Minister wants to say, regardless of how the Prime Minister wants to articulate it, regardless of how the Prime Minister going on his campaign, deceiving the people, right? We are going to come with the people with facts, with evidence, right? As opposed to the Prime Minister just talking. We will be coming with the evidence and highlighting the evidence for everyone to see it. This is what this channel do, holding the Prime Minister, holding this government accountable. So without any further ado, let us play Peter Phillips clip there, and then we dig into the deck of things.
Okay, again,
All right.
welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Let me just share.
Poor people catching hell in this country. A climate of fear. They have no plan for crime. The people of Jamaica have seen 7 states of emergency, 2 ministers of national security, 3 commissioners of police, and we still can't get a crime plan that the country can line up behind. What causes crime to rise is bad management and poor governance. Remember, and of bad luck is bad policies. The government refuses now to deal with the needs for funding of the healthcare system. At the very least, them could start collect the money from the insurance companies, from the people who have health insurance. This is a government that is not only corrupt, but it is unfair. Poor people have no rights in today's Jamaica, it would seem, and are too often treated like second-class citizens in their own country. Government said the land must use for housing, so the farmers must stop operations. At the same time, the country food import bill gone up. It is higher. We import more food from foreign now than we were 3 years ago. We must market Jamaica as a place with talent and skills to attract high quality and high income jobs. The transformation of the education system of our country. Amend the laws so it is easier for the ordinary Jamaican people to get title to their place in the land of their birth. More desperate children in school, could buy more car for police, could buy more equipment for police. But I tell you this, we're not going to stand by and say those who are corrupt go unpunished. We expect arrests to be made.
We are not going to stand by and allow the actors of corruption to go free. This channel and many other channels, like, of course, Jamaican Carlos, Reggae Obscene, many other channels. We are not just here wanting the People's National Party to win an election. We are here to ensure that the act of viciousness that done against the Jamaican people do not go unpunished. We have seen the blatancy of those cruelty. And so then we are going to call them out. And in spite of the government trying to push us against the rails of justice, try to extend a DPP that he think may act in his favor, try to have a commissioner of police that he believe may act in his favor. I can tell him, check again, because he's wrong. I can tell him, be prepared for the judgment coming. Now, the act of hiding and suppressing information, right? I just want to show people, and I want to know if the Commissioner of Police, I have said it last week and I'm going to say it again, because the Commissioner of Police appears to be an operative, a political operative, as it relates to dealing with good service as it relates to protecting our citizens. And so then it seems like the Commissioner of Police acting more politically than doing his task, protect and serve, right? So that is not the mission of the Commissioner of Police. The mission of the Commissioner of Police is to ensure that Andrew Holness, based on corrupted allegations, right, may not be held accountable. So, Commissioner of Police, if that's your mission, if that's your goal, you are dead wrong. Now, we are going to go through the crime stat, because, of course, Dr. Peter Phillips spoke on it, and that there is no form of crime plan in spite of our people facing a crime statistics calculating over 8,000, number 3, on a yearly basis. A population of 3.5 million people experiencing on a yearly basis. Number 3, going over 8,000. That is something that we cannot tolerate. And so then we have a sleeping Minister of National Security. We're going to get there tonight. Now, my ardent listeners, I want to show you, as it relates to the suppress of information, the hiding of information. I went on the Jamaica Constabulary Force crime statistics website, and I'm going to show you what I saw. That the crime stat for 2021, 2022 has not been published. Why the reason that that information being suppressed, right? In creating falsehood, as what the Prime Minister being created as it relates to the unemployment, the fixers of figures, right? And I know Dr. John Lennon is coming on later, right? And of course, in an extension, he will also touch on the same observation as it relates to where figures appearing to be adjusted, right, in the comfort of the government objective, showing deceitfulness and lies to the people. And so then why the unemployment rate that they boast of, 4.5, and they beat their chests, Mr. Andrew Holness, Jamaican people are literally suffering. Mr. Andrew Holness, your policies erased the middle class of our society. Mr. Andrew Holness, your policies is causing a brain drain in our society. And we have to deal with that. And so then we here on social media, we're going to have the political paradigm shifted by educating our people. We know that you're on a mission, selling false information for people not to listen to us because we are speaking the truth. What we are saying to you, if you are speaking lies, then disapprove us. Show us and compare and prove to us that we are lying, or prove to the public that we are lying. But obviously you can't. We know that you're a political con artist. And we're calling a spade a spade. And so then, without any further ado, I'm going to show the people what I'm talking about as it relates to the Jamaican government website. And I'm wondering if the Commissioner of Police don't see that the website need to be updated. And so then we can correctly formulate a bar graph and show to the world that Horace Chang is a careless failure. Without any further ado, people, I am going to show you what I am looking at as it relates to the Jamaica Constable Force Crime Statistics website. Okay.
Didn't come up. Tara is here.
All right. Yep. So play the clip. Sassy.
Disconnected.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Play the clip.
Okay, welcome to everyone who recently joined. Happy Friday. Let me just share the screen. Here. Oh, you mean the document?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So my Jamaican people, let me show you what I am perusing and what we are observing right here.
Yeah.
So let me take the mouse and go through this. So for 2019, right? You have seen definitely where Horace Chang is a callous failure. If you look on the mouse for 2017, since he has been there, the introduction, crime is 1,647, and yet we are not at war. 2018, crime 1,287, right? 2019, crime is 1,339. 2020, crime is 1,323. And this is where it stopped. There is no information for 2021. I just want the people to see it. And the reason there is no information for 2021 and 2022. The main reason because 2021, the crime escalated over 1,323. Right? 2022, the crime had increased. And so then if you plot a bar graph to show Horace Chang performance, this will show him as a callous failure. So, Commissioner of Police, I am asking you, sir, I am letting the people know that you need not to hold or stifle the information. Please, we the people need to see the 2021 crime stat, and we need to see the 2022 crime stat. Right? We don't need any form of suppression of information. So this is where it stopped. This is page 6, and they're only highlighting 2020. Take that away. People, why you think I show the crime statistics and the suppression of information? Is because of the next clip where I'm going. Where it comes to Andrew Holness now. So we are going to go into the investigation.
Murder statistics.
Right? Now, people, we know that the Integrity Commission zoom in on 6 parliamentarians. Anyway, I'm a bit surprised that is only 6. But just let me say that. But anyway, Integrity Commission zoom in on 6 parliamentarians. And they had finished their investigation. The Integrity Commission dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, and make sure that what they are looking at is what they are going to determine that there are breaches as it relates to the procurement rule. And so then they are going to send this report and recommend for the appropriate charges to be affixed. I want to show Jamaican people something. And so then the extension of the DPP time is quite calculated. The commissioner of police that is there for a particular reason. And I'm going to establish that tonight. Now let us play Andrew Holness, where he has spoken as it relates to the obvious lie that he continues to tell. The obvious lies in saying that the Integrity Commission has not contacted him or any of his members of parliament. We are going to show Jamaica the obvious lie the Prime Minister told. People, when Nigel Clark came out and talked about FBI investigating and then switched to Crawl investigating, Nigel Clark is simply under the influence of Andrew Holness. Nigel Clark is under the influence of Andrew Holness. We're going to prove certain things tonight. Take our time getting there. And so then we are going to play Andrew Holness' clip. So then, in terms of my interpretation of what he said, I want you to share in that interpretation as well. So without any further ado, I am going to play that clip. So we all listen to him, and then I am going to come with the evidence to show you that he's lying, deceiving the people of Jamaica. Without any further ado, honey, please play that clip.
Okay, again, welcome. Happy Friday. Say not seeing anything, please. Thelma, welcome. Maybe you just need to come back out since you're not seeing, and then log back into the channel, because it's broadcasting. All right, so let me share. Welcome again, everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for joining in. Really appreciate each and every one. This one.
Yes.
Before the new structure of the Integrity Commission was in place, there was extensive debate on the form of the structure. And in fact, starting in 2009, going all the way to 2017, when the bill was finalized, there was a back and forth. So there was significant and very deep parliamentary debate about how the new structure of the integrity architecture should operate. Within that structure, the parliamentarians agreed, including the now opposition, who was then the government who brought the bill, that the Integrity Commission should do its work, and that there should be what is called a gag clause without the glare of the public on their work, without any interference on their work, and at the same time to preserve the rights of anyone whether it is a parliamentarian or a normal citizen who falls under the ambit of the Integrity Commission, to what we all hold very dear and highly, due process. Now, we took a decision that as a government, we would not comment on the work of the Integrity Commission. And we took that decision for good reason. A few months ago, the call was that government members and public officials should refrain from any form of conflict, any form of caustic debate on issues, and that we should allow the Integrity Commission to do its work without any form of interference. Now, from day one, I've always maintained that I do not comment on the work of the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission is an independent entity. It has parliamentary oversight, but that parliamentary oversight has to be carefully exercised, because in no way do we want to appear to be trying to influence the Integrity Commission.
Are you a STEM professional and are looking to apply for U.S. permanent residency? Then stay.
Okay. My Jamaican people, let me say this to you. One of the creative art of Lucifer is mixing the truth with the lies. And so then when Lucifer, or the prince of the morning, or Satan, whatever we want to call it, the dark side of evil, what the dark side of evil does is to mix the truth and the lies together. So it may be difficult for you to unravel, right, what is true and what are lies. I'm going to break it down for you tonight. I'm going to show you evidence. The Prime Minister muzzling the Integrity Commission and speaks of due diligence. That wasn't the objective for the Prime Minister to pass Section 53, subsection C, so that when an investigation pursuing, right, that investigation, right, need to go through the process of Parliament, right, as it relates to those, or possibly those persons who will be investigated. And he speaks of due diligence. While it's okay and appropriate for due diligence, what the Prime Minister is not telling is his real objective: to muzzle the Integrity Commission. Why was the Integrity Commission muzzled? People, I'm going to show you the evidence. So it wasn't about due diligence, right? You said, okay, you don't want to malign people's character, and then, of course, you have to dot all your I's, cross all your T's before you come out and speak on investigation. The real reason why the Prime Minister muzzled the Integrity Commission is to conceal his wrongdoing. I am going to show you where the Prime Minister lies. For those 6 parliamentarians who currently are under investigation, those 6 parliamentarians have been contacted by the Integrity Commission and informed accordingly as it relates to SOP. standard operating procedure. I have the evidence. And I'm going to show Jamaican people the evidence. And so then the Prime Minister has been contacted. And other members of Parliament who involved have been contacted. Byron, how you know this? How you sound so confident that the Prime Minister have been contacted? It's simply because the integrity, the National Integrity Action, right, as a particular standard operating procedure. The Prime Minister has been under investigation from at least February 14, 2016. And the investigation, right, as it relates to his statutory declaration, unable to verify. We have the evidence and we are going to prove it tonight. So when we come out, right, we want what we are going to say for any persons who are GLP dieted and want to, of course, pursue the net, right, find the information for yourself. But I'm going to share the information with you. Without any further ado, I'm going to show you a letter, people, that was sent to the Prime Minister. I have the letter here in my hand from the National Integrity Action. I'm going to put up that letter in the overlay so you can see it. I'm going to take you through that letter. And so then, the Prime Minister, doing all his deeds in trying to conceal his wrongdoing, it cannot be concealed. Putting Mrs. Holness and the Integrity Commission oversight will not help you. That in its face, a serious conflict of interest, that a Prime Minister under the investigation of an Integrity Commission, the Prime Minister is ensuring that his wife seated on the Integrity Commission oversight, as opposed to also other persons under the microscope of the Integrity Commission. Without any further ado, if they talk that we are AI intelligence people, this, what I'm going to show, is from the National Integrity Action. Without any further ado, honey, put that up.
Okay, let me just page 1. There you go.
So while I'm reading from my document here, I want you to read that. So then, the leader of the opposition, this letter, let me begin from the top. Let me begin from the top, because people, we are getting there. We are getting there. NIA, National Integrity Action, February 14, 2016, addressing to the leader of the opposition, Mr. Andrew Holness, Member of Parliament, Office of the Leader of the Opposition, 1 West King's House Road, Kingston 10. The letter reads, Dear Mr. Holness, as you are aware, myself, National Integrity Action, and a number of civil society groups have urged and continue to insist that the debates organized by the Jamaica Debates Commission and mutually agreed on by the People's National Party and the Jamaica Labour Party take place in the public interest and in upholding an important facet of Jamaica's maturing democracy. Paragraph 2 reads, towards this end, the NIA has requested the People's National Party to reconsider its decision not to participate in the debate. We also maintain that legitimate concern raised by the PNP are not to be basis for non-participation, and that these concerns are to be dealt with in the appropriate fora established by the relevant Jamaican law, convention, and codes. Paragraph 3. In the case of public utterances made by you, the Prime Minister, and deemed inappropriate by the PNP, whatever is said, deemed inappropriate by the PNP, these should be reported to the Office of the Political Ombudsman, and if considered necessary, ultimately taken to the courts in accordance with the agreement and declaration on political conduct signed by yourself, the President of the People's National Party, and other party officials in matters relating to your assets. People, let me read that paragraph. Paragraph 3. Let me read back that paragraph to our Jamaican people. In the case of public utterances made by you and deemed inappropriate by the PNP, these should be reported to the Office of the Political Ombudsman, and if considered necessary, ultimately taken to the courts in accordance with the agreement and declaration on political conduct signed by yourself, the President of the PNP, and other party officials in matters relating to your assets. In matters relating to your assets, and in particular to the construction of your house. Let me read about that. In matters relating to your assets, and in particularly to the construction of your house in Beverly Hills. Your house in Beverly Hills. This is, in the first instance, a matter of the Integrity Commission established by the Parliament Integrity of Members Act. Hold on, people, we are getting there. In the latter instance, that is, matters relating to your assets, Mr. Andrew Holness, allow me to make 4 observations. So then, let me say it, right? Professor Trevor Monroe, writing to Andrew Holness, these are the 4 observations that Trevor Monroe indicated to Andrew Holness. Observation number 1. The question raised by spokesperson of the People's National Party made specific as of February 12, 2016, imply allegations at the minimum suggesting impropriety, and possibly beyond that, more serious breaches. Question number 2, observation number 2. The information required in response to these questions would normally be reported in your statutory declarations for 2011, statutory declaration for 2012, statutory declaration for 2013, in accordance with the requirements of the Parliament Integrity of Members Act under this law, Section 6. These declarations are provision constitutes an offense punishable by law. However, the annual reports of the Integrity Commission to Parliament and thereby to the public list the names of parliamentarians whose declarations are outstanding. So then, people, to show you that this is the standard operating procedure of the National Integrity Action, that when there are breaches of impropriety, the person who under the microscope will get, of course, will be informed. So when the Prime Minister coming out and said the Integrity Commission has not consulted with him, the Prime Minister is blatantly lying. Now let us move on, because we have more evidence. So bring up evidence number 2, honey. National Integrity Action. B, the parliamentarians who fail to reply to correspondence from the Commission fail to submit adequate financial statements or are required to attend by the Commission for the purpose of conducting an inquiry into their declarations. C, the parliamentarian whose names were sent to the Director of Public Prosecution or the Commissioner of Police. People, I want you to take note of this particular paragraph. Why the Prime Minister and the Commissioner of Police as the sort of association? Why the Prime Minister wanted to extend the DPP time? Because they need to look left, where at the right is where the corruption is. People, let me read back. Bracket C. Parliamentarians whose names were sent to the Director of Public Prosecutions or the Commissioner of Police, along with reports detailing dissatisfaction with the statutory declaration. The PMI also states that the Commission shall report any act of corruption to the parliamentary leaders and the Director of the Public Prosecution. People, I am bringing everything to full tonight. So you see the reason why the Prime Minister wants to extend the DPP time. He wants the DPP to continue to look left and have no interference and have no interest in the corruption that he links with. All right, let us move on. Bracket 4. However, the relevant annual reports of the Integrity Commission for 2011, 2012, and 2013 have been filed by the Commission in fulfillment of its function with the Prime Minister, who under the law shall cause a copy of the reports to be laid on the table of the House of Representatives and of the Senate. These reports have not yet been sent to Parliament prior. People, do you hear that? The Prime Minister is using delayed tactics in not processing the reports, how the reports need to be processed. Brought forward back to now, the Prime Minister again is using delayed tactics in not wanting to list, wanting to table the report so that the Integrity Commission can speak on the report as it relates to the 6 parliamentarians that has been under the purview of the Integrity Commission. This is not no Andrew Holness is doing something like this. He had executed this before. This letter is showing you what the MO, the modus operandi of Andrew Holness. So then let me read again for people to understand and get it as it relates to Andrew Holness. However, the relevant annual reports of the Integrity Commission for 2011, 2012, 2013 have been filed by the Commission in fulfillment of its function with the Prime Minister, who, under the law, shall cause a copy of the reports to be laid on the table of the House of Representatives and of the Senate. These reports have not yet been sent to Parliament prior to Parliament being dissolved. According to the Gleaner of January 27, 2016, subsequently confirmed by the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, these reports are stuck in the Office of the Prime Minister. My. The corruption continues. Nice to see you, Dr. John Lennon. All right. We are going to just continue and then we get to your segment. Happy to have you on the platform. Really happy. So then let us go back. According to the Gleaner of January 27, 2016, subsequently confirmed by the Permanent Secretary in the Office of the Prime Minister, my people, my Jamaican people, these reports are stuck in the Office of the Prime Minister due to a failure of administration. As a result, neither the Parliament, the media, and by extension the public have been able to exercise their right to review these reports. Andrew Holness is doing the very same thing today. Andrew Holness is doing the very same thing today. Taking into account all the circumstances, in particular that the following information should by now have been in the public domain. Had the above reports been published on schedule, I am asking that you indicate three things that Trevor Monroe asked. A, in bracket, whether any of your statutory declarations for 2011, 2012, or 2013 are outstanding. That is yet not yet filed. Whether you fail to reply to the subsequent queries of the IC in relation to any of the above declarations or have been required to attend by the IC or any inquiry into any of the above submitted statutory declarations. Whether your name has been submitted by the IC to the DPP. Come again, people. So the DPP coming again. The DPP, why he wants the DPP to have his time extended? Because the DPP need to look left when the evidence is at the right place. Whether your name has been submitted by the IC to the DPP or the Commissioner of Police in relation to any of the above. Now, Trevor Monroe says, I await your positive response to these questions in the interest of upholding the principles of transparency and accountability. You will understand, I am sure, that I am releasing this letter as the matters hearing are of public interest. Let us take that away. Now, once again, I'm glad to, have Dr. John Lennon here, but Dr. John Lennon will cruise a bit. I'm just asking you for a few more minutes, sir. Right? Let me just go through some more corruption where it is possible. I just want to expose it as much for people to see the government that is leading our affairs and this government that's so-called managing our welfare. Now, the PSOJ, I'm turning to the PSOJ, that the PSOJ, right, is so concerning of the corruption that the previous PSOJ chairman spoke widely on the corruption. Without any further ado, right, I am going to just play that clip for you to hear the concern that the previous chairman of the PSOJ had. Without any further ado, let me just play that clip.
Okay, again, welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Let me just share.
A recent report by the PSOJ has found that economic growth can be accelerated locally if the country's crime epidemic is addressed in a coordinated way. The study shows that among the root causes of crime, nearly 37% of the local population is outside the labor force, while approximately 550,000 people have not offered themselves for employment. Approximately 215,000 of the population is enrolled in school full-time or part-time, an education system that the study found wanting despite receiving large budgets. It stresses government spend has been low in the pre-primary education, the formative years. President of the PSOJ, Dr. Keith Duncan, says the organization's aim is to have a collaborative effort on crime and corruption in the new year.
The PSOJ's primary focus for 2022 is ensuring that there's a national coordinated effort around addressing crime and corruption. In doing so, we must focus firstly on crime prevention through effective social programs and resource allocation toward Jamaican citizens in these marginalized, depressed communities, which are not surprisingly those that are the highest crime producing.
He also notes a well-educated and trained workforce will have more purchasing power and create value-added jobs. He says Jamaica has not given value for this expenditure, as shown by a largely untrained workforce and having the top 5 murder rate globally. According to the PSOJ, between 2007 and 2018, $387 billion was spent on social programs for youth and $889 billion on education. Mr. Duncan says corruption affects the GDP.
Corruption costs approximately 5% of GDP. It undermines the trust in our public institutions, our leaders, and our society.
Meantime, the PSOJ is calling on its partners to continue to support the private sector vaccine initiative, which he says is critical to Jamaica's recovery. Javine McLean, CVM Live.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go through a final investigation period to show the public, and let me say this loud and clear, that not one of the Prime Minister statutory declaration that he had declared can be verified. And so then before we enjoy Dr. John Lennon presentation, I am going to go through that investigation and show people why Andrew Horner's statutory declaration cannot be verified. So without any further ado, I'm going to quickly run through this so that we can enjoy Dr. John Lennon presentation. Now, let me just go through this investigation as it relates to what's the next clip?
Hold on, let me just.
Okay. I want to bring up this information and show you people. Honest family owes $165 million. And we are going to go through something, and I'm going to show a major variance in what the Prime Minister had declared. Is statutory declaration, not one from 2013 come up, cannot be verified. And I'm going to show the entire diaspora. I'm going to show, right, locals why the Prime Minister statutory declaration cannot be verified. Right? Do we want someone like this, right, to lead us? No. All right. Yes, that's it. Okay, so people, let me quickly read this. Honest family holds $165 million in assets. And so then when you see that, it is going to give you the breakdown of what we are going to go through here. An official gazetted summary of the statutory declaration of the Prime Minister Andrew Holness and his family released yesterday showed total Jamaican dollars assets of just over 61 million and some US dollars 28,272.11 for a total assets value of 164,929,430 dollars and 19 cents. The declaration showed that there are shared liabilities of $1,949,102.34 and other accounts payable to Jamaica, $20,269,080.27 US dollars liabilities were noted. The declaration for the period of January 1, 2018 to December 31, 2018 shows earning of $15,567,477.41 in local currency and in additional US $8,125. The summary of his income, assets, and liability of the declarant Holness and his wife, fellow member of Parliament Juliet Holness, St. Andrew East Rural, and two sons, Adam and Matthew, highlighted $1,163,244.47 held in local savings account, plus current accounts totaling $16,338,970.46. This is in addition to securities totaling $10,642,081.92. Right, real estate valued at $7 million, real estate mortgages, receivables, and business investment of $125,674,523, accounts receivable of $435,236.04. The report revealed zero balance for automobiles and cash value of insurance. All right, so take this away. I want to just go through some quick things here. All right, just for better understanding, right? Because I want to just break through quick in terms of what that information said, right? And that was his statutory declaration in 2019, having in total, right, as $161 million. People, I want you to write this down in your book. $161 million. That has been calculated. And let me tell you something, people. I have been extremely kind to the Prime Minister in making this calculation. Because to the fact that I know of the specific detail as it relates to Andrew Holness, fixed salary and Juliet Holness and so forth, right? We are going to use what mentioned as their total earnings for both of them. For both of them. So this formula that I'm using, I'm just being kind to them in using this formula. So remember that the total assets that they declared is $161 million. People, keep that in your head. Right? Now, the total earnings for both of them per year. Let me speak, people. The total earnings for both is $15,567,477.41 for both of them per year. Now, people, let us talk about the time frame of investigation pertaining to salary and wealth for both Mr. and Mrs. Holness is between the period of 1997 and 2012. So this is the period where the allegation of corruption was reported, because he was investigated for the 2006, between 2000, 2006 to 2009 for contracts that illegally awarded to Gavin. So then what we are looking at, we are saying that from the Prime Minister becomes member of Parliament, from 1997, the Prime Minister became member of Parliament, right? We are going to calculate that time to be kind to the Prime Minister, right? And when we calculate the period of 1997 to 2012, we are the Prime Minister by the big house. We are talking about 15 years. If you do the calculation, you are talking about 15 years between the period of 1997 to 2012. So then how do we do the maths to get a quick understanding? So that between the period 1997 and 2012, which is 15 years, right? We are going to multiply the Prime Minister and his wife total earning per year, which is $15,567 for 477, you understand, and 41 cents locally currency. Multiply, any mathematician in the chat and want to follow me, multiply by 15 years. Now, when I multiply that by 15 years as it relates to total earning between both of them, right? The total earning of the Prime Minister and his wife for 15 years would calculate to $233,161,015. Let me repeat that. $233,512,161.15. People, let me repeat that again. When we multiply the time of the Prime Minister being in office, right, up to 2012, we get 15 years. We've been kind to the Prime Minister. Remember, I'm saying that Mystic Sensation being kind to the Prime Minister. So we multiply the 15 by his total earning with him and his wife on an yearly basis, which they got $15,567,477.41 for both of them. When we multiply that by the 15 years, the total money that they generated would be $233,512,161.15. Now, people, let me go into the depth. The Prime Minister built a house. People, forgive me for my bad grammar, you understand? But, we know better. People, when we look at the total generated over 15 years, up to 2012, we have them having $233,512,161.15. Watch this, people. Watch this. Why Andrew Holness statutory declaration cannot be verified. The Prime Minister house, based on professional evaluator, evaluated Andrew Holness house to be at least $200 million. Take that in consideration, people. That the Prime Minister total earning for 15 years between him and his wife, $233 million, $512,161.15. The Prime Minister in 2012 constructed a house based on the evaluator who evaluated, that a professional evaluator said that the least the house value is $200 million. Remember, the Prime Minister had stated to the Integrity Commission that their total asset is $161 million. people, the Prime Minister, right, as it relates to his statutory declaration, declared to the Integrity Commission that their total assets is $161 million. His house, based on the evaluator, evaluated it for $200 million. Woo! Bigger and better news. In 2012, that Andrew Wallace was building that house that value $200 million. His wife, Juliet Holness, was constructing an apartment complex that now valued over $800 million. People, think of that. Think of that. And so then, even if Mystic Sensation want to be extra nice to the Prime Minister and said, let us cut that in half. Because at the time when Juliet Holness was constructing that apartment complex, to the fact that building material made cheaper, so then we take off 50% of that, we'll still be seeing a large variance. But let us take it at face value, right? That if, and then the Integrity Commission need to dig this, how was Juliet Holness funded as it relates to that apartment complex? $800 million. So in 2013, since Andrew Holness came out and said that his total assets was $161 million, did, I'm asking the question, Mrs. Holness revealed to the Integrity Commission that apartment complex that now value $800 million. Did the Integrity Commission aware of that? Did the Integrity Commission aware of that? And so then, when we look at that, if we need to take that at face value as it relates to that, the variances that we are looking on $766 million, $487,839 in variances that cannot be explained. Andrew Holness cannot explain this. Mr. Holness, if, as it relates to investigation, that we need to understand how Mrs. Holness' $800 million apartment was funded. And so then that is the art of the investigation. And so then, people, this is not a GLP thing as it relates to party. We're talking about good governance. And we're talking about transparency and balance. And so then, what people need to understand that the muzzling of the Integrity Commission was not about executing due diligence. It's about executing due diligence was to hide these things. To hide these things. So let me say, Paula Llewellyn, take for yourself in terms of the extension that you want to. And I want to know, because the Integrity Commission finished the investigation, why we are not hearing anything. It goes to show you the level of corruption. The level of corruption. So then, of course, we are going to get into better things tonight where that is concerned, and I'm going to end there because I'm anticipating, right, Dr. John Lennon here with us tonight. Dr. John Lennon, of course, is a Jamaican who in his early years went to England and studied, right? He is an environmentalist, a conservationist, right? A protector of our environment. And indeed, coming back to Jamaica, wanted to give of himself better service as it relates to nation building. Dr. John Lennon, thank you for coming on. Welcome to our program. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir.
The pleasure mine, Byron, and thanks for having me.
Welcome. Happy Friday.
Thank you. Same to you guys. Thank you. And can you hear me well?
Yes, very clear.
Mm.
So
yeah, I heard you.
Yes, and before you speak, Dr. John Lennon, let me remind persons. Again.
I'm John Byron. Just call me John, please. Okay, just John.
Right. All right. Let me remind persons in the chat that what John is doing, right, is the mission as it relates to going against exploitation, as it relates to our backside. All right, and so then he's in the fire for us. So I want all of us to understand his mission tonight. And people, please go on his link. Please share it out. Who can, sponsored, do that. But please share the link.
Sign the petition.
Please sign the petition in aiding John as it relates to defending our people from exploitation. Yes, Dr. John.
The link is in the description, and I'm going to put it in the chat shortly.
All right. Yes, sir. Welcome to the program.
Thanks again, boy. Thanks again, brother. Thank you.
Yes.
I heard you talking about the corruption at Andrew Holness. It is quite shocking, isn't it? Yes. The man lives in a mansion and he's never worked. It's quite bizarre.
Exactly. Right.
Well, you can tell how corrupt the country is because it should never happen. You know, when he was doing his before he got elected and he was doing all his speeches around the country in 2015, at one of these rallies, he actually said he was born, let me get it right, I was born in a one-bedroom board house.
You're getting right.
Yeah, in 56 Cumberland Avenue, yes. Behind the Grassy-Yard Market. And I brought up by my great-grandmother in a one-bedroom house. And then a couple of weeks later, he's brought up in a two-bedroom house by his parents. Huh? Yeah. And this is a man who's in power. Only in Jamaica this could happen. It couldn't happen in any other country. The man would be booted out immediately. He's proven. The man's a proven liar. He's a proven liar.
Pathological.
Yeah, but it just goes to show what the Jamaican people are like, that we allow this man to be in power. And it's quite remarkable, some of the stuff he talks about. I just don't get it. He can say whatever he wants, and because we don't have a country with any journalism, he gets away with it. It's quite remarkable. Exactly. Really remarkable. It's very frustrating. But I think the Jamaican people just, I don't know, I think because of the level of poverty that we have in the country, and parliamentarians have never served the people, it goes in one ear and out the other, because I'm from Clarendon. I was actually born in the UK, but I spent all my adolescence in rural Clarendon. Oh. So I got there every couple of months. I got there. And you talk to the people, and very few of them vote. And the reason why they don't vote, or they have no interest in politics, is they don't do anything for us. Just around the corner in Thompson Town, we have a road, the main road, and over 2 years ago, it started to break away, and it's going to kill somebody eventually, and they haven't fixed it. You know what they've done, Byron and Ann? You know what they've done? They've put up 2 fancy signs on each side saying hazard ahead.
Wow.
Yeah. Instead of fixing the road, they're putting hazard signs instead of fixing the road. And then you can hear Andrew Holness talk about prosperity. We don't have roads in a bloody country, and yet he can get away with talking about prosperity. It's the bizarrest country I've ever lived in. I don't understand it. But yeah, and when they say the corruption runs straight into the bauxite industry, which is an absolute joke. I mean, yeah, when I returned here, I automatically thought that we must get money from bauxite. You can't see the amount of destruction all around you, and you must be compensated. It's an impossibility. So even though I'm very keen on the environment, it's one of those things that you just think, you know what, we get money from it, and so you just kind of ignore it. But it wasn't until I heard the JET, the Jamaica Environmental Trust. They reckon that they've been looking into bauxite from 2006, right? And Diana McCauley said something like, it's quite easy to see the benefits of bauxite. And I thought to myself, hang on, is she mad? She obviously has never been to one of these communities, because it said, I lived in Clarendon and in a place called Moko. I'm from Thompson Town, and that's in the Moko Mountains. So as a child, I used to drive through, going to Maypen, through this area, and back to this day, there's nothing there. All they've done is mined out the bauxite, and there's nothing there. The road's bad, and the police station, the same police station as a child, is still there. It's run down now, and you know what they've done? Because they can't use it anymore, or they can't use the top floor anymore, they've actually put the policemen into shipping containers. Shipping containers have had them hand them in from 2017. 2017 have had them in shipping container. I was there a couple of weeks ago, and again, they haven't got a vehicle anymore. The vehicle always breaks down. So there they are in the shipping container, and it's all run down as well, the shipping container. You should see it. I went in there for the first time. It's awful. Can you imagine working at the shipping container? And remember, these are your police, one of the most important civil servants that you have, and yet that's how you treat them. So if you treat your police like that, how do you expect the police to treat the citizens?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's right. So when you see them behaving a certain way, you're thinking, well, they're not treated well, because that police station, I've seen worse actually on the news. A few years ago, one of the police ladies dropped through the ceiling of one of them. Can you believe that? Fell through the ceiling and broke her leg. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Not a joke thing. Fell through the ceiling, that rotted away. We have no infrastructure in the country, and yet we hear him talking about prosperity. But anyway, so in Moko, I can tell you there's nothing there. There's nothing there that you say that bauxite ever did anything for anybody. So I started looking at the numbers, and then I found out, I couldn't believe what I found out, that we actually do not get $1. Not $1 do we get for the bauxite. Not even $1. That is quite remarkable. And I thought, this can't be right. So then I wrote because what I did, I looked at the Ministry of Finance on their website to see if I could find out how much the bauxite levy, how much money we get in. But that was very difficult. It took me months and months and months until I found the right papers to find the numbers. But while I was doing that, I thought, well, why should I have to hunt around for this? Because I know somebody has the information. So I wrote to the Jamaica Bauxite Institute, because they have everything about bauxite they know. And their response was, this information is exempt. Now, if you're a citizen of a country and you're talking about the earnings, how can the earnings from one of your, what they say is the supplies a biggest part of your GDP, or well, not the biggest, but a part of your GDP.
Yes, exactly.
And you can't find you can't give me information about it. Why the only information I can get is the earnings figure? Why can't I find out how much each individual, because we have 4 mining companies, why can't I get the information about each one of them?
Exactly.
No,
why the access of information is so difficult to access?
Yeah, they pick and choose what they're going to give you. That's all they do. So we haven't got freedom of information. They pick and choose what they want to give you. So I got back to them again, and I wrote to the permanent secretary, and that person just hasn't replied. Yeah, the permanent secretary hasn't replied. She replied to an email prior to that when I sent it to her by to the wrong person. She's very quick to reply and say, "Oh, you sent this to the wrong person." But now when I sent it to the right person about another issue, she's not replying to that. Now that's the country we live in. When you talk about corruption, it's here to the core. You cannot get away from it. Anyway, so, no, you can't get away from it. So anyway, after digging around on the Ministry of Finance website, I came across what's called the fiscal policy papers. And they give you a history and also the projections of the bauxite levy. And there it was in black and white. In 2019, it said bauxite levy, the amount received, and there it was, a big fat zero, no money at all for the bauxite levy. We have four companies we have operating here. And in 2019, we got $0. And in that year, Jamaica bauxite earned 814.5 million US. 814.5 million US. And we got nothing. Now, Byron, I'm telling you, have you ever been to any of these bauxite areas when you've been back to Jamaica?
But
Have you ever been to a community? Go on.
we might drive through, but let me ask you a question, John. Right? The question is, based on what you said as it relates to we getting zero from the levy, because the levy is what we make money on. Right?
Yeah.
Because those companies, of course, in terms of policies, we have them come in, do the mining and so forth, and we charge tax, which is the levy that we make the money on. So then my question to you, John, if that we are getting $0 from the levy, right? What is the substantial reason why we have them still operating and taking our aluminum basically free, because they're getting it free for nothing? What is the reason for the continuation of that?
To make local contractors rich. Because another thing I never realized is that we have the mining companies, but they don't do the work. What we have really and truly is big foreign investors in hedge funds. And what they do, they buy these companies. So it's hedge fund people sitting around with the bow ties and know nothing about mining. They bought a company, and then that company then farms out the work. So in Jamaica, all the mining is done by local contractors. So you have the rich people in, say, England, who will pay rich people in Jamaica, who then pay thousands of poor Jamaicans to then destroy the country for nothing, for them to get rich. That's what's happening. So, and Nigel Clark, Lady Bear, the other day, he, early in the month, he said that Windalco, I don't know, did you see this story about Windalco not paying the levy? They're going to give up $10 million of the levy?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, that's a lie. Windalco doesn't pay the levy. What Windalco is presently paying, or stopped paying, was a $35 million debt. They hadn't paid the bauxite levy, so they got together with the government and they come to an arrangement that Windalco would pay $35 million. So Windalco started paying this in 2020. I'm gonna get this right. So they've paid. So if you look at the fiscal policy paper, you'll see that there's gone 4 payments from Windalco. Windalco paid 2 already, which total around about 25 million. And so what the Jamaican government has said, okay, then don't pay the other 10 million. So Windalco now is going to continue mining and not pay for the bauxite, just like the other 3 companies. None of them are paying anything. So
hold on, Dr. John, because I want for the people to follow us. So basically what you're saying, we are giving away our aluminum for free.
Yeah, the bauxite's going for free. For free. Free. But the worst part of it then, you say it's going for free, and then you have to see what the people go through. That's the thing, Byron. It's when you go to these areas and you see the destruction. And you've got to remember as well, I was just reading another article about the health issues with bauxite. I read about Alzheimer's disease, dementia. These are the things that are, yeah. And it isn't just the respiratory diseases that you get, your pulmonary edemas and all this stuff, and emphysema, asthma and all the rest of it. There are other issues. And because this is a poor country and the government isn't going around doing the research that they should be doing, because they're supposed to be collecting this information, shouldn't they? Collecting this data to see what's happening. That's what NEPA's here for, but they don't do anything. Go on.
But look, John, let me come in here and ask a question, because I'm glad for this panel to be discussing this. Right? So basically, in terms of what I'm hearing from you, right, is the government aiding and abetting the exploitation of our people, right? Whether it might be ignorance, right, depends on certain policy decision that they make, or utter corruption, right, as it relates to how are they benefiting, right, from the backside. Because the process of haulage, right, where persons are moving to and fro, right, who responsible for haulage?
Well, that's what I'm going to get to. Let me just, I'm going to answer that in a roundabout way. Continue with Nigel Clark on the news. He went on to say that the reason why we're going to continue with the mining, he said that what we're doing, we're keeping jobs because the wage bill from Windelco is 24 million US. And he said we'd lose that money. So what we're doing is we're going to give up the 10 million, or he said 5 million each year. And what we'll be keeping is 24 million in jobs. Now that's rubbish, because then he went on to say
bullshit.
Yeah, it's bullshit. He said he went on to say that it's $24 million that is paid out to 600 Jamaican workers that would disappear. Now do your mathematics now. 24 million US divided by 600 gives you 40 grand. 40,000 US. You think how many people in Jamaica earn 40,000 US? You can probably count them.
2.5 million into that?
You could, about half a dozen people in Jamaica earn them kind of money. Very few people in Jamaica earning 40 grand. That's over 6 million Jamaican dollars he's talking about. Over 6 million. Very few people pay tax in the country, and the tax rate, the tax threshold is 1.5 million. And I think it's only about 70% of the people, and it's like 30% of the people pay tax, income tax. But he's saying every worker in bauxite is earning 40 grand. What it is? Well, so a few months ago, at the same place in Delco, they were on strike. They were striking. Do you think anybody earning $6 million is going to go on strike? And one of the reasons was some of them didn't get a 30 grand. It's the Jamaican dollars I'm talking now. $30,000 education grant. So if you're getting if you didn't get your 30,000 education grant for your children and you're earning $6 million, I don't think you're really going to go on strike, are you? I don't think you're going to go on strike if you're earning $1 million. So I doubt if they're doubt if they're earning $1 million. So let's say they're earning $1 million. That's $600 million Jamaican dollars. That's under 4 million US. That is going to be the wage bill, 4 million US. Remember he said the wage bill was 24 million. Mm-hmm. So there you got your answer now. That other 20 million now, you know where that's gone. All the people who own the trucks and own the companies, they're fat wallets. That's where it's going to. That is why we have mining. The only reason we have mining is to keep them rich.
Sorry to cut in to you.
Cut in.
So then, all right, because what this seems to me is that the persons who are benefiting, which is the elites, the politicians, right, seems to be sacrificing the people, right?
Oh yeah.
Just to make, because in terms of having zero levy, right, which is not benefiting the Jamaican people. But they continue with the program because they are benefiting as a result of haulage that they involve with. So then the persons who are responsible for haulage and so forth, those are the persons who are really getting the benefits. Would you say that, Dr. John?
Oh, yeah. It's the people who said the contractors get the benefit.
Contractors getting the benefit.
Yeah.
Right? At the detriment, right, of the Jamaican people. Because when you look on, that sort of backside situation and the health hazards that involve with that, why we continue, right, to people, you understand?
Agreed.
Sources. Because of obviously what they are doing.
Well, the people don't know. The problem is people don't know, Byron, because we don't have any journalists. And the few so-called environmentalists, they're not doing anything because nobody has investigated to find out the simplest thing. Do we earn money? The first thing you do, Byron, the first bloody thing I did, right? I didn't go looking at the environment. The first thing I thought was, how much money do we get? That's the first thing you look at. You don't go looking at the bloody environment. And that's the problem we have in all our black countries. You go to Africa where they're exploited, you'll never find where they look and say, how much tax revenue do any of us get? You have all these NGOs down there, all these bloody charities down there, and they don't do a bloody thing. Like the UNDP, those scumbags we have here.
John,
what do they do?
John, let me give you a piece of history. If you remember in the Michael Manley era, right? Michael Manley did increase the levy, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And that has done really a great benefit to us, right? As it relates to increasing the levy. I want to know who are those who are behind the ideas in terms of, removing that, right? And where we are now giving our resources, right, to these persons to exploit us, right? Because we are giving our backside free.
That's what we always do. I think, putting it crudely, we always give away everything we have to the white man, don't we? We
so
still.
So that is in the name of employment.
Pardon?
That is in the so-called name of employment. That in order to keep employment, we need to give them our backside free.
Yeah, but you've got to remember though, Byron, because he's saying to keep them employment, these people are destroying Jamaica.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, people are going to say, "Oh, you're going to take away jobs," but these ain't real jobs because you wouldn't pay somebody to destroy your own country. That's pointless. You wouldn't say, "Oh, somebody came to your house and said, I need some bricks and you haven't got work." You wouldn't say to the person, "Okay, then knock down my house and take the bricks," would you? Because you've given me work. You wouldn't do that. That's what they're doing. They're destroying Jamaica.
But
this isn't work. It's not work we're protecting. We're not protecting jobs. These people, unfortunately, and they don't know. Yeah, the bauxite workers do not know. They think that they are benefiting Jamaica, but the poor devils are not. That they're not knowing that they're just destroying the country. It's beyond that, but as I said, it's all for the imperialists. That's what we have. They're making the money, and it's always at our detriment. No matter how you look at it. I've heard you talking about the corruption in Jamaica, and what you're talking about, this is all small fry. When you talk about wholeness and the Integrity Commission and all the rest of it, this is small fry compared to what's really going on. Look at the debt. Now look at the debt. In 2013, the IMF rolled up in the country, right? They rolled up in the country. Remember when they started all this austerity malarkey in the country, where we can't invest a penny in anything? The debt in 2013 was 2 trillion Jamaican dollars. You can go and check it out for yourself. 2 trillion Jamaican dollars, 2013. You know what the debt is today? And remember, you hear Nigel Clark always telling, and Holness talk about how they manage the economy wonderfully well, and how the debt is going down. You know how much it is today, the debt? $2.2 trillion. 2 trillion in, it's 2 trillion in 2013, and in 2023, it's 2.2 trillion. But not only that, we spent over 3 bloody trillion servicing it. interest and trying to reduce it. So when you're talking about corruption, you look there. And all this is little money. That's chicken feed, it's nothing. We're talking about having a policy with the IMF where they're making sure that their big banks are still getting their interest and all the rest of it at our detriment, that we can't have roads or whatever. We can't have roads, we can't have education, we can't have hospitals, we can't have anything. Now that is where the true corruption is, and it comes from the very top. The IMF and the World Bank, they're the ones pulling the strings. That's why you have Nigel Clark is now the chairman of the IDB. Wow. These are where the problems are, Byron. Not the little things that we people are talking about. Look at the energy situation. Today, the JPS announced that they're going to put up the electricity by 1.8% or 1.4, whatever it is, right? That means that's going to knock an effect on everything. Your food prices, everything's going to knock an effect on. Every country that's doing well in the world, if you do not have your own resources, natural resources, that ain't stolen by the white man, that is. If you have your natural resources, like your Saudi Arabia, you're a rich country, right?
Exactly.
You're a rich country. Other rich countries like Germany and your South Korea, what do? They manufacture. Yeah? What do? We don't manufacture anything. But I tell you what, all our nations could manufacture now, because solar. Get your listeners, if they're listening to me, go on Google and just type in the cheapest way to, or solar, is solar the cheapest electricity? And you'll find out from 2018, I think it is, 2018, solar has been the cheapest way to produce electricity. Look at the amount of sunshine we have, and yet you struggle to see a solar panel.
Okay.
In 2012 or 2013, so let me just finish this. Paul came off the grid. And he was the energy minister at the time. And he came off the grid and then bragged in the press that his wise investment will pay for itself in 5 years. So why didn't he say, let's take all our schools off the grid? Some of our schools have got, well, back in 2015, our schools had the big schools with 2,000 students are running up electricity bills of $1 million Jamaican dollars a month, 8,000 US, 10,000 Canadian in a month. Just think what you put your solar panels in, it pays for itself in a handful of years, and there you go. You've got all this extra money into education. But you don't be educating black people, because if you educate black people, they'll be talking like me and you, and there'll be all kinds of bloody trouble in the country, wouldn't there?
Exactly.
It's a scam. And it comes all the way from the top. Take these riff-raff politicians that we have, they're not even bright enough, Byron. They're not even bloody bright enough to do it. All comes from the bloody top. And what pisses me off is that us as black people can't just put 2 and 2 together and just rally behind each other and sort this bloody mess out. How can we not realize, if I can find this out, and I'm the brightest man in the world, forget about a PhD malarkey, forget about that. All I have to do is a little bit of research, a tiny bit of research, and you'll find this out.
Exactly.
Solar, wind, waste to energy. We don't have solid waste management in the country. All that plastic gets washed out. I'm in Montego Bay. Every time it rains, the main gully, you'll see take down all this detritus into the sea. One day I was looking out, I saw a bloody fridge or a freezer floating out there. Another time, me and my sister were looking out there, we're thinking, what's that? A cow? A horse? What is that? You see beds floating out there, mattresses, televisions, all these simple things that we should have. These aren't luxuries, remember, Byron.
Exactly.
Solid waste management is not a luxury, but this government paints it as a luxury and then tells you about, oh, they haven't got foreign bloody investors to get it. I sent you a document about having a diaspora bond. Yes. I'm saying to the diaspora, we need to sort this mess out. We should actually now form a company, to an energy company, and take it out the hands of the government and say that we'll put in the all the renewable energy. It can be done, but we can talk about it another time. Right. Yeah, I'm ranting a bit now. You go on, Byron.
But John, I want to, since I have the opportunity in having you here, right? I just want to just get deeper into your thoughts. Right. The question that I want to ask you, because as it relates to, us dealing with bauxite over the many years, what is the difficulty in terms of we not able, right, to convert alumina into aluminum?
Again, as I said before, it's energy, isn't it? Energy.
Right?
Yeah, because the JPS, before the COVID malarkey started, Jamaica had the 4th highest electricity rates in the entire world. You can't manufacture like that because you know what your biggest overhead if you're manufacturing, your employment and your energy. Those are the two. Of course, you got your raw materials as well.
Yes.
But everybody has to buy the raw materials. But everybody has to pay for energy, and you have to pay for your for the workers. Now, if you think about it again, Jamaica, relatively speaking, has a cheap labor force. Now we can get more or less free electricity. Just think what we can do now, what we can manufacture. All this stuff that comes out of China. You could just say to the Chinese, I'll tell you what, why don't you just build a factory here then? And then we'll work in it, and we'll come to an arrangement where you do pay a proper living wage. If we haven't got the money to say that we're going to make a state investment, but the Bolivian prime minister, or president, who the Americans managed to run out of the country when he turned to his socialist agenda, he said that because Bolivia, they have lithium, which is what's used now to make all the batteries for your electric vehicles. So he went down to South Korea a few years ago, and he saw, and they were getting their lithium from Bolivia. So he went down there and he watched them using their lithium to make the batteries. And he saw this factory, and he said to them, how much does this factory cost? And they said 300 million US. And he said, well, we got money in the reserves. We'll build this factory, and you just come down and we'll build, and you can make the batteries here. And they said, no, we're not doing that. And there you go. We can't add value. Yeah, that's right. We cannot add value in our countries. We can't. So they make sure that we cannot manufacture. If we want to transform our economy and move forward and have better education, we must generate more money. And the only way to generate more money is by having manufacturing. We're not going to bloody get it, are we, from tourism? We know that. Tourism only employs 90% of the people are on bloody minimum wage. Around about that, probably even higher than 90%. BPO is bullshit, we know that.
Yes.
Those are our biggest industries. We had Auburn Hill. What's he again? Auburn Hill. What's his Minister of Job Creation? Some, I don't know what nonsense he does. But he was on TV yesterday and talking about how to grow the economy. And when he's asked that question, he said, yeah, tourism's doing well. We're talking about exports, He's calling tourism an export industry, and BPO an export industry. It's quite remarkable. Then he turned around, right, and then he said, yeah, you should laugh at it, you should laugh. Yeah, it's a comedy show down here. Then he turns around and says, so after he moved from this, he says, Akis, we should export more Aki. My mouth is dropping to the ground thinking, how much money are we going to make from shipping out Aki? How are you going to build a country shipping out a couple more tons of Aki? Then he went on to say, we can do, okay, which is right. He said, improving our agriculture, 100% agree with. Then he said, and what we'll need to do is agro-processing. Then he turned around and said, but we need to find the investors. You don't always have to find investors, Byron and Ann. You don't have to. The state can do some investing. Exactly. We haven't got the jobs here, so we need to invest, because these are things that we know is an investment, is going to make a return. It's not spending. Spending is when you build a $50 million parliament building. That's spending, because you never get the money back. When he spends 68 million on NIDS, the national identity card, that none of us are taking, that's spending. I'm talking about investment, which will pay for itself in a handful of years, create jobs at the same time. When you're creating jobs, people have money. They're going to spend the money. You've got more money coming in from your GCT. So you've got all of these things going on. So, and then, but with the agro processing, again, We make the investment and we make it solar powered. Who's going to compete with us now when it's solar powered? Now we can be shipping out with proper agriculture, where we get good brains in here to do it properly. So you have your so you reduce the amount of water you use, reduce the amount of land space, have your greenhouses, can have it more organic. All of a sudden, you've got a vibrant industry, haven't you? And the other thing you have to do, you have to have roads. You can have the best farmland in the world, but if you haven't got a bloody road going to it, Byron, it's a piece of land. It's worth nothing. Could be the best land in the world, could produce the best jam ever.
True.
It's no good to you if you can only get a bloody donkey up there, innit? If you can only use a donkey, you're foolish. And that's the country we live in. We need roads. And you know, the thing is, they've got over 4.2 billion US sitting in the reserves. Sitting there doing nothing. You know why? Because there might be a bloody hurricane. That's why. So our house is leaking. The roof blowing up. Water's coming in. Not even a leak. It's just pouring into your house. And your wife says to you, we need to fix the roof. And you said, no, I'm not going to fix it because there might be a hurricane and we'll blow it away. It's a comedy show for true. That's the country I'm living in.
John,
I'm stopping ranking now.
John, the primary problem that we have in Jamaica, the truth be told, is that we have some dinosaurs representing us.
Dinosaurs and their puppets, though. It's not just dinosaurs, they're puppets, because I won't call Andronis a dinosaur. Okay. They're just puppets. And they're the puppets, that's what they are. Puppets, and they're not too bright either to boot. That's the problem. Okay. If they were bright, it wouldn't be too bad.
So, I mean, but basically, in terms of what I'm seeing, they are just giving to what I call neocolonialism.
No, 100%. 100%. Right? They got the gold medal for it.
Exactly. Because you see, these and again, right? Don't think that these colonial principles, right? We know that, okay, all right, they just transform as it relates to neocolonialism and ensuring, right, that of course our future is not going to be bright. So even in Africa, they are exploiting, right? The Caribbean is likewise. So our politicians have to be extremely prudent, right, and not being a puppet. But again, our politicians are clearly a puppet to the system. And that is one of the reasons why, you understand, we are in this predicament, right? Because the neocolonialists, right, have to ensure, you understand, that we stay in poverty, John.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal.
That's the goal.
Right? Yeah, that's the goal.
For us to stay in poverty. And so then, John, one of the things, when I'm on my channel here, and I tell people about democratic socialism and what it stands for, John, I am wondering if they really get it. And one of the reasons why I will tell people plain, John, capitalism, I don't like it, period. Because capitalism meant us no good.
No, we were capital, remember? Our forefathers were capital.
Yes. But I mean, it goes to the elites, right? That benefiting, right, from everything that we have. Even if when you're talking about bauxite and the exploitation, tourism is actually doing the same thing, John.
Oh yeah, 100%. The hotels are built on old plantations. Exactly. They're built on old plantations. Yeah.
Tourism is actually doing the same thing. I have a document where the Minister of Tourism, what Puppy John?
Bartlett.
Edward Bartlett. I call him Puppy John. Right? He's talking about that we are getting 40 cents, right, of every dollar, right, that's spent through tourism. And John, to be honest, I can't see that.
It's rubbish.
Let me tell you something, John, what I look on in terms of what he said, that, Jamaicans are benefiting, 40 cents from every dollar. John, The idea between all-inclusive, right, doesn't include the ordinary Jamaican in their business. You see what I'm saying, John? It doesn't
Oh, yeah.
the ordinary Jamaican in their business. If you look at what the tourism is, as it relates to the tourism industry, even the craft, right, they are taken away from the ordinary people. Most of the hotels are selling the craft.
Oh, yeah. All of them. Yeah.
Them work. You can't shoot this all-inclusive policy, right? Because all-inclusive policy doesn't deal with inclusion. It is for the elites, politicians, and their friends.
Oh, yeah. You can stay in an all-inclusive and never leave and have a lovely time because the food's quite good.
That's what
There's
I'm
no
saying.
reason to leave. There's no reason to leave.
So all the portion of cake is sharing as it relates to the common persons, right? Now, when say you have a cruise ship coming, John, as it relates to might be said 500 people coming on a cruise ship, right? How many persons visit the local market?
Well, I can tell you, I live in Montego Bay. So I see the ship coming all the time. And what happens is they go down onto Bottom Road, onto the hip strip, and that's where they stay. I'm 3-minute walk away from the biggest craft market, and I'll go through there and I won't see one tourist. One of my sisters down there, Paulette, I always talk to. Today, she wasn't there today. Yesterday, when I saw her, I hadn't seen a person. Not a dollar she made. And then, yeah, when you walk down to on the hip strip where you've got the bigger shops where most of them are owned by Indians, that's where everybody is. They're all down there drinking and eating. That's why everybody is. They're down at Doctor's Cave and Margaritaville.
Exactly.
Those guys are making serious money. Serious money they're making.
Exactly. So when Audley Shaw coming out and telling people about the success of tourism and you know, Jamaicans are getting
Bartlett.
% per dollar, that is madness.
Oh, it's absolute rubbish. It's rubbish. Of course it's rubbish. I think he talked about something like over $4 billion. He calls it the earn from tourism. We don't earn it. We probably get a couple $100 million out of it, and all the rest of it goes to the owners of all of the hotels and all the rest of the business. You know, your Mystic Mountain and all these places where they go. We get very, very little out of it, and the locals get not very little. As I said, I live in Montego Bay, and they struggle to make a living. I wonder what they're doing there half the time, actually, because I just don't see. I wonder what they do, because I walk by, and I'm not joking. You won't see one tourist there, and I walk by there 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. I go to the craft market. I walk along the hip strip, and where the locals have their business, you don't see hardly anybody there.
So
it's very, very sad. It's very, very sad. It's just wrong. It's all wrong.
Extremely wrong. And this is what I'm saying as it relates to this government. And then when people talking about, you know, voting for Jamaica Labour Party and so forth, right? You have to understand the policies as it relates to Jamaica Labour Party and their mission as it relates to capitalism. Because capitalism only, you know, just generating as it relates for the rich, the elites, you understand, to benefit, right? The ordinary people, John, they are not benefiting.
They're left behind. They're left behind.
Right? So you make a perfect example as it relates to your observation that when persons coming in from the cruise ship, right? How many of those persons visit the local craft shop? Right?
Very few.
Very few. So
Very
then
few.
how the ordinary Jamaicans are benefiting?
Exactly. That's right.
Jamaicans are benefiting.
Well, I met a lady a few years ago, and her husband had a big farm, and he was supplying one of the big hotels. And I said to her, "Oh, well, you must be doing all right." And she went mad. She said, "The devils aren't paying," she said. She said, "It's been months now, and haven't been, you know, we're shipping down a papaya and this, that, and whatever. And if people just never paying them, they're always late and just giving them aggravation. So even there, they don't want to pay. That's the big hotels. So when you hear Bartlett talking about, oh, we need the hotels to supply more, the locals to supply more food, you do it wearily because you're not guaranteed to get paid. They're going to rip you off. Again, it's capitalism. That's all they're in it for, to make more money for themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And again, what one of the things that I observed, John, is right as it relates to the farmers, because we see Jamaica allow the importation of basic agricultural produce like carrots,
onions, potatoes,
potatoes, and all of that. In extension, that is killing our farmers as well. Right.
The problem we have a big problem here because they've got what's it called? What's the term they use? When you can mass produce and for a big market, I can't remember the term they use for it, but which we don't have. So they can produce much cheaper than us. So if they can have big industrialized farms for say like peanuts. So they can produce stuff like that at a fraction of the cost for us. But it's not only that, why they can produce their food that cheap as well. When you can do it and it's mechanicalized, you think, well, fair enough. But when it isn't, when it's something like picking your tomatoes and your apples and stuff like that, they only have their prices low for one reason, because they're getting farm workers, don't they, from our countries.
Cheap labor.
That's the reason why. Cheap labor, exactly. That cheap labor keeps down their food prices.
Exactly.
So, by extension for them, they want to keep their food prices cheap. So to keep the food prices cheap, they must keep places like Jamaica uneducated so that we can supply them with the cheap labor. So they're not going to they're going to make sure that we stay where we are, downtrodden, without any solar power to do manufacturing. Because if we were manufacturing, nobody's going to be going to America, are they? Or if they're going to go there, they're going to say that, oh, you're paying me $5 US an hour before. Well, I want 15 now. That's what would happen. So I say the system is totally corrupt and is set against us doing well. Agriculture, you name it, there's nothing everything is set against us, unfortunately. But as I said, there are simple solutions, aren't they?
Yeah.
If we invested in renewable energy, we could completely transform the economy and completely transform education. And once you transform education, you've got your building, you've got a foundation now to build on, haven't you? I mean, look at, I was reading about Finland after the Second World War. The Finns sat around, the government sat down in the cabinet office and said, look, we're a poor country, what do we have? And I said, we've got trees, that's about it. And I said, and what else have we got? They said, we've got people. And so that's how we have to invest in them. And that's what they did. They threw in money, and they threw in the money, not in Helsinki, not in the capital. They started out in the rural areas to make sure the schools are well there, and then before they got down to the capital. And now they've got one of the best education systems in the world. Where is Nokia phones? That's where they were made. They make, they're very industrialized, aren't they?
Yes.
All through educating the people.
John, one of our greatest, let me speak globally, right? The greatest investment, right, any nation can have is investing in its own people as it relates to education.
100%.
Because that's where you're going to get the technocrats. That's where you're going to get the critical thinking from, John. Now, and that's when you look, and that is one of the reasons why I am here saying to people, when we look at this particular government, John, this particular government that attacked our education system, not once, not twice, right? How can we, as a people, sometimes, John, you know what, John, let me say this to you, John. I come to the decision that some of our people, while we are fighting for them, John, when we use the right hand to fight for them, we have to use the left hand to ease them off as a result of ignorance. And so then we have seen that as a result of our people, the masses of our people are not educated, right? Particularly this government, right? Use that as an advantage, right? To, you know, just continue to deceive, continue to trick. And then this government not hiding their wrongdoing anymore. They are not
No, they don't.
hiding their wrongdoing anymore, John. It is so plain because they are confident enough that the people are so ignorant.
Yeah.
And that is what hurt me to the core, John. That is what hurt me to the core. That this right particular government, Nigel Clark can come out, explain his algorithm, right? Foolishness and nonsense, right? And expect that people, right, to take it. I mean, even when the crime is so clear, John, right? You have people who are so that sort of myopic thinking, not able, right, to think out of the box and, you know, and realize that, you know, we need to invest in our people, right? Education is the key because that is what is going to move a nation forward. When a government can come out and scrabble some numbers and tell you about the employment going to 4.5, while the poverty rate is hitting 16.7%. Simultaneously, inflation is killing the people. And I said, my God, the level of ignorance, right?
Yeah, I said people, they kind of, what's the term? They're not in, they're just fatigued. They're fatigued by it, and they just get by. They just get by, and so they won't vote anymore. So the last election, and forget about COVID, and the last election, not even 38% of the people voted. And it'll be less the next election because young people have said they wouldn't vote. Why? And at the end of the day, you're thinking, well, how can you argue and tell them they should vote? Because if you vote, I've heard Will Rattigan, he'll say that, and which is right, he said, vote for if the politician that you've got at the moment isn't doing the things that you want, then you go to the other politician and you demand that we're going to vote for you and we demand that you do these things. But the thing is, you can go and demand what you want. He's not going to do them. So 4 years later, you know what, you're going to be back in the same hole. And so people just don't vote. I didn't vote the last election because there's nobody to vote for. There's nobody to vote for. And that's a terrible thing, isn't it? It's a terrible thing. Because we don't have democracy to, you know, picking from one or the other. Democracy is very rare anyway. You don't have it in America, you don't have it in England, because you're picking from, you've only got 2 or 3 choices. That's not democracy. You have multiple choices.
Yes.
But we're in a serious hole down here, and I think one way the people can wake up, or should wake up, is with this constitution, but people are not even interested in the constitution. They have no clue what it is and have no interest in it. But the constitution determines how the country is run. And if we have a constitution written for the people, by the people, then we'll automatically eliminate corruption, because in the constitution, it'll be written into the constitution that we can't have corrupt parliamentarians. If we find them corrupt, they'll be doing hard labor for 25 years or something like that. If we had a proper constitution, we'd have our resources protected. You know, we wouldn't be giving away our bauxite, would we? We wouldn't have foreign companies putting in the solar panels. We would put them in. We wouldn't have a debt. The debt that we have, I said it was 2 million, and it's 2 trillion, sorry, and it's 2.2 trillion, and we spent over 3 trillion on it. And that's ludicrous.
Exactly.
That's ludicrous.
Exactly.
Every year we spend nearly 2 billion US on debt.
It's crazy.
Why can't we see? Yeah, of course it is. I mean, and the thing what really hurts me is that corruption is ubiquitous. It runs everywhere. Because I sent them to you. 3 documents I sent to Mocha who have outlined where we have these issues, and I've said that Mocha should look at them with the Auditor General. But also in the documents, I said, and these are the solutions. This is something that we can do. The energy, we have the most expensive electricity nearly in the world. All we had to do was invest in renewable energy.
Yes.
Look, if you're in a rural area, we have so many rural communities without electricity. Why don't they have electricity? Because JPS doesn't want to build out the infrastructure to get there, because that will cost them millions of US to get to it. The simplest thing for them to do, much cheaper, is to put in some solar panels for the people, isn't it? Then they can all have electricity.
Exactly.
But because we don't have a constitution, we have laws that have been, not law, but legislation written by the parliamentarians to make sure that we have the Electricity Act, which means that JPS is the only supplier of electricity in the country. I mean, that's bullshit. How can you write a document like that? That JPS is, so if somebody's rich and they put some solar panels on the house, and the guy next door's poor and said, oh, I'll supply him with electricity, JPS will sue you because you're not supposed to do it.
And that is crazy, John. And that is a situation that confused me as it relates to what sort of economic model that we are operating. Because I am lost in between operating a mixed economic model, right, and a free market economic model, John. Maybe you can refine it for me. What sort of economic model Jamaica is operating? One of the reasons why I asked that, right? If we are operating a free market economy, John, as it relates to what this government claim to say that we are utilizing a free market economy, the principle of which a free market economy built on is on the principle of competition. So then it's the basis, right, that we are operating a free market economy. How JPS has a monopoly?
Well, exactly. Well, they're not the only. I mean, say they've got a monopoly, but if you go, say, I live in Mo Bay, and no, if you walk in any town, and you'll see that every shop is owned by Chinese now. Every single shop. The only establishments that are not owned by the Chinese are your cook shops and where people, the bars, and where people gamble. But every other shop, all the clothes shops and all of the food shops are owned by the Chinese. So we have a country where you say it's free market for the rich and for the foreigners, but not for the people.
Exactly. Well, for me, John, democratic socialism is the way to go. And I think, of course, we want to give Mark Golden a chance, because the thing is, we are talking about honesty and integrity as a core of our leadership, John. And we have an understanding as it relates to Mark Golden want to pass, right, an impeachment bill. And as a matter of fact, not only speaking about it, but make the necessary effort into drafting such bill to all politicians accountable. But someone said something in the chat, John. We are going to just move to the chat and answer to some of these people. What was the first question? Okay. John, Pure Energy is asking, please, what is happening with NEPA?
From what I know, NEPA actually falls. Yeah, I'll see somebody put it up here. I understand that NEPA stuff NEPA in his office. Yes, Wholeness. Yeah, is the NEPA report to Wholeness. Yeah, so again, they're neutered. The person they're neutered. They can't do anything because they were the ones. Let's go back to mine in a second. Then, so NEPA in 2018 and in 2022, they issued a grant. The permit to Noranda to mine in St. Anne.
Yes.
NEPA's done that without actually conducting what's called a cost-benefit analysis. That's the first thing you have to do. You have to find out Yeah, you have to find out how much money do you think we're going to get. You find that out, and then you look and think, well, what are the costs to it? You know, how much will it cost to relocate people? How much will you pay when the people are sick? Will you be building roads? All of these things are costs, aren't they? And you look at those and you weigh them up, and NEPA doesn't do that. And that's it again, as I said, in all of these African countries, cost-benefit analysis are never done. What happens is you have a multinational move in, talks to the government, gives them some money, and then so the multinational moves in and they get all the benefits, don't they? That all the benefits, because they get the money, which is the best bit of it, where the country gets the downside. We get all the pollution and the destruction. That's what we get, and then we don't get compensated for it. Whenever you do mining, the first thing you find out is your cost-benefit analysis. Right now, they're talking about deep sea mining. Have you heard about that? The deep sea mining they're talking about doing. So they're going to try to look for these minerals that we use in all our devices, your cobalt, lithium, all this stuff. And they're thinking, yeah, we know that the seabed has a lot of these elements. So that's what they plan to do. But this isn't going to be done by countries. It's going to be done by multinationals. So the first thing every country needs to do is find out how much money you're going to pay us. That's the first thing you find out. And again, with this Jamaica Environmental Trust, JET, the first thing they've said is start to talk about the environment. I said, you don't talk about the environment. You do your cost-benefit analysis. You find out how much money you're going to make first. That's what you do first. You don't start talking about the environment.
What these politicians do instead of that, because they are not in nation building. They are in the pocket building, lining their pockets, John. Right?
That's what, yeah. You know, but then you have the IMF, don't you? But you have the IMF and the World Bank also, you know, it hamstrings them, it handcuffs them. Because they'll have certain, they'll say, when you borrowed this money, we said that you couldn't invest. That kind of stuff, they'll say. So you have to be using all your money instead of, because part of the IMF agreement is that Jamaica must run a surplus. Poor people can't run a surplus. You can't run a surplus. When you're poor, that's right, every penny, you know, you're going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time. You can't run a surplus. But we're running a surplus and putting money into the reserves. And that's money that we should be investing in education, in roads that we need. The first thing the Chinese did to get where they are, because they're one of the poorest countries in the world, they're not anymore. First thing they did was build roads. First thing they did so they could make sure they could trade. They've got over a billion people. Said, well, we have to make sure we can trade, and built on that. And then they built on that, got more money, better education, and look at where they're at now.
Well, John,
in our countries, we don't build roads in our countries.
Since you talk about China maintained fiscal discipline for years in terms of, you know, reduce borrowing and, you know, produce, right? And, you know, Jamaica, I mean, we don't see that we are executing fiscal discipline, right? And until peer line, the people some people just absorb it. Right?
I don't think they absorb it, Byron. I just think they don't listen. It goes in one ear and out the other, because they just talk garbage all the time, and a lot of them don't understand anyway. That's the other thing, isn't it? And this is another problem I have with the education, is that we're having this conversation. Why aren't they having this conversation at the universities? Why isn't it that every time a budget is put out, that the economics department, that should be on the syllabus, surely? You look at what Nigel Clark's done, and you're in a lecture theatre, and you go through it.
Exactly.
You know, what are they doing? And what do we teach? Because what I'm talking about, our university professors should have been talking about this. We shouldn't have the crisis that we have now if we have a university. This is a nonsense. What are they teaching? We need a complete, utter change of education in this country. Scrap the old colonial stuff about passing exams and all the rest of it. You make sure when children, make sure they can obviously read and write properly. Read and write properly. Exactly. You keep them in school. You don't move somebody up just because they got 1 year older. You make sure that they can read and write and they can do what they're supposed to be able to do. If somebody's good with the hands, you find out, you're thinking, okay, then, you're right, you're not erudite, you can't study so much. Okay, then you got good hands, you like your carpentry, you get into carpentry. It's a damn good trade. You get into your mechanic, you can be a good mechanic. Jamaica, we're full of jack of all trades and master of none. Hardly any builders. We can't build roads, you know that. We can't build roads. I watched a All Angles documentary, and there is an international road building standard that every country should adopt. So Jamaica went up every year, the NWA, the National Works Agency, went up every year to try and sit this exam, and they failed every year, and they just gave up. So we can't build roads, and here we are building roads, and then what happens? 2 years later, they all fall apart. Yeah, it's a false economy. And it's not just they fall apart not because they're built badly anyway, but you also got to remember, because of the level of corruption, if they got 1 million US, you know that half of that money's gone into somebody's pocket straight away, the politicians or whatever. And then when that $500,000 comes down to the councillor, then he's taking his cut. So the 1 million has now turned into $100,000, and he still has to make the entire 1 mile of road. I mean, what? You're doomed. You're doomed, aren't you? You're actually doomed.
It seems like you just described Cornwall Regional Hospital.
Oh, don't. Don't. I can see it at my bedroom window. Don't. Let's not talk about that.
It's crazy, John.
Yeah.
Right? It's crazy. It's crazy the type of budget overrun and all of that. It's just corruption to the core. Corruption.
Yeah, how do you stop it now?
Core. It's just. My God, John. So, I mean, John, let me ask a question, John, because we are here and we speak about the problem, right? We identify the problem. But what are the ways in terms of, getting to that solution? Right?
Well, see, the government isn't going to do it. Neither the JLP or the PMP are not going to do what we need, because the hands are tied by the IMF and the World Bank. The World Bank actually came down in 2015, and they were behind us transitioning from oil to natural gas, when they knew full well the solar paid for itself in under 4 years. They knew all of this and still made us transition from oil to natural gas. When we transitioned to natural gas, they had to build the regasification unit out in the Caribbean for over $1 billion US. And so we're paying for that in our electricity bills. That's automatically built in already.
Yes.
Yeah. So when we say, if we're going to talk about energy and as a solution, I said the government isn't going to do what we need. And that's why I came up with this idea of having this diaspora bond, where whoever wants to invest, we try and raise in, we'll say $500 million Jamaican dollars. I mean, $500 million US, which I think is possible. I think that's possible. And with that $500 million, the idea would be this. So if we get $500 million from our investors, and we're going to pay them 10% interest, fixed interest. So we've borrowed $500 million, 500 million. 10% interest means that we've borrowed then 550 million. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's going to pay back in over 10 years. So every year we have to pay back 55 million to the investors. Okay.
Yes.
Right. And you're thinking, well, where are we going to get that money from now to pay them? Well, what I say this company would do is that we would turn to the government to say, look, you want to put, your plan is, we know, because it's written out there, you want to put renewable energy into the hands of the private sector. Byron and Anne, let me tell you something. Anyhow we allow this to happen, let me tell you, the future generation, they will spit on our graves. Not on mine, because they've gone, history will be there where I'm talking about it and thinking, well, that Johnny knew what was going on and nobody listened to him. If we allow this to happen, it'll be criminal. We must The government wants to do this. So if they want to put it in the private sector hand, well, we'll become the private sector. Simple. We'll become the private sector. And we'll go to them with this proposal. And they can't tell us no. If they tell us no, then that should bring out all kinds of trouble, shouldn't it? Then the people should rise up. Because you've got two options here. You can go and give it to the Connect. I'll give you an example of what they've done then already. Did you hear about the floating solar farm on the Mona Reservoir? So they're putting some solar panels on the Mona Reservoir, and some British company's done it, and it's cost them 62.5 million US, okay? I've done the mathematics, and this company is going to make in the region of 20 million US per year. Can you imagine that? You spend 62.5 million and you're gonna make 20 million a year.
And how much can people get out of that?
Well, I mean, you have said, well, basically by 3 years they would have made back all what they spent.
Exactly, and that's what you hand over to foreign investors. You don't keep that for yourself. It's treasonous. It's treason. Nothing else but treason. You don't do that. You think the Chinese would do that? You're mad, aren't you? Always happens where black people are, because the black people aren't told the truth, and they think because Samuda or somebody said, oh, this is going to benefit future generations. Yeah, future generations of the investors, not us. The investors, they do them, man. So that's one example. Another example, as I said, with schools, in about 2020, I think it was, Arden said that their bills had actually reached 5 million Jamaican dollars a month, over 35,000 US a month for electricity. Whoa. How that got up straight away? You get the Auditor General and Moke, you get everybody down there to investigate straight away. It's a school. It's not a bloody all-inclusive hotel. When I went to school here, we barely had lights. We didn't have no fan and all that kind of thing. The only place that had a lot of electricity burning was in the common room. Okay, today you got your computers and stuff like that, but these are energy saving devices. They don't burn that much electricity. But so when you have a school like that, and you're saying that that solar will pay for itself in 4 years, and remember, if it's 4 years for the common man, we're saying for the government, it'll be 1, 2.5, 3 years, because you're not paying GCT, you're not going to pay the import tax. All of these things are taken away. Nobody's making a profit. So already you've cut down your costs. This thing's going to pay for itself in under 3 years. And yet, knowing that, they've got a pilot project with a Canadian company that is putting in solar panels into 30 schools. So I'll say it again. Us in the diaspora, knowing this is going on, if we can't try to get this diaspora bond, an idea like that, floated, and say that we will be the company then. So, as I said, it'll be, you pay, what we'll do then with the government, we'll say that every year you donate to JPS in the region of 150 million. That money will come to our company and we'll pay all the bills for all the infrastructure. Because we're taking, because with our 500, with $500 million that we borrowed, we're going to start taking infrastructure off the grid. We're going to have solar powered street lights. We're going to have solar powered schools. Exactly. All of that. And so by about 5 or 6 years, we're going to be actually saving in a region of 100 million. Because once you've taken up all the money, all of it off the grid, you're not paying JPS anymore, are you? That's 150 million you'll be paying.
Exactly.
Yeah, but now, yeah, that's right. So now you've got 55 million you're paying out, but you've got 150 million coming in. So now you've got 95 million now you can use. And now you can talk about building your waste to energy and all the rest of it. So, yeah, so somehow, Byron, this is an idea you have to float here and keep on about it every week. You have to come on every time you're on here, talk about us having this diaspora one. And we need to have all the bloggers talking about it. That's what we've got to do. We have too much of our bloggers with this sensationalized whatever. Today we saw some shooting in Mandeville where they shoot up, I don't know if it was one of those beryllium truck or something like that. But that's what they're going to be talking about.
Yes.
We can't solve that. We can only stop that by happening if we have better education so our boys don't turn to that kind of crap. If we can keep our boys in education, then they won't turn to that. If we can give them apprenticeships and stuff like that, they won't turn to it. And we can. We have this money that's floating away given to the IMF. Say, you know, our debt ain't going down. We need to renegotiate the debt properly. Say we need to get rid of, you know, we need to have renewable energy. We obviously have to stop our mining. And we've got to transform the economy. It can be done. Simply can be done. It's not difficult.
Well, John, it's a process of education and consistency, right? That we have to continue to drive. And as I said, as it relates to us in social media, right? Consistently, right? You know, disseminating this sort of information and try to, I would say, reculturalize our people, right? Because and as you said it, right, and which I do agree that, you know, we have to invest in education because education is critical in terms of us moving forward.
Can't move forward without it. It's the most critical thing. It's the most critical thing.
Right, and you know, but John, I really enjoy, right, you know, you sharing, you know, that information with us, right? Wouldn't mind you come, right, be consistent in our program, right?
Game.
Exactly. So, you know, as it relates to the situation in terms of, you know, the resolution of, you know, this, because it doesn't make sense in terms of we getting up, speaking on the issues, being repetitive, and we are not moving in a direction, John.
Yeah.
Right, to solve the problem. It doesn't really make sense. And people, right, they will come around, right, they listen. But again, we, right, who, you know, have the awareness, right, need to think about solutions and really educate, right, our people in terms of making that change, creating that paradigm shift, right? Because talking will not cut it. We come in on social media and speak on a weekly basis. We'll just not cut it, right? What are the efforts that we need to put, you know, forward and start to work on these issues, right, that bring about changes? So, John, I mean, we can begin, right, to, you know, think about these issues as it relates to solution, right? Because we know the problems, right? So the way forward now is about solution, right? Are we going to able to really move forward? Because it doesn't seem, John, that the current government, right, is moving into that direction. They're more interested in terms of lining their pockets, right? Now, a sense of nation building, and we clearly see that. We see that there's no fiscal discipline. We see that corruption upon corruption. And so then, you know, you are there, John, as, you know, talking to us in the diaspora, right? We need to galvanize around your thoughts, galvanize around your thinking, right? And what can we do in terms of, right, making that mission or that are these objectives becomes possible, right? We have to start as it relates to, you know, even the petition that you have there, right? And see where people just need to understand where John is going and galvanize right around these ideas. That's what I'm saying, John.
Yeah, I've said with the petition, I mean, as I said, I've written to MOCA. And that's the thing, isn't it? I've written to the MOCA, and it went also to the Integrity Commission, the Auditor General, and the Public Defender, and numerous other organizations, the NIA, JAMP, and journalists and environmentalists, a lot of human rights people, and none of them got back to me.
There's no money in it.
So,
And this is what we're talking about, John. The current political process is not going to help us, John.
no, it isn't. No, it isn't. But I say, but not only that, not going to help us. There's in Jamaica, the organizations here are not going to help either, because we have. I don't know if they're just corrupt or they're just fearful, or a matter of both. But I mean, yeah, you mentioned the NIA. I contacted the NIA back in 2015 about energy, and you know what their response was when I said about solar powered schools? The government's doing the best that they can, and they haven't got the money for it. Yeah, that's what they said. I can send you the email. I'll find the email. He said, yeah, and yeah, that one of the reasons was, in fact, when I read it, I thought he must have gone and talked directly with the Ministry of Finance, because that was the kind of answer I got. And I say in the document, remember, I've explained that solar pays for itself in 4 years, so it's a no-brainer. You cannot argue when somebody says something pays for it in 4 years. You can't say you can't afford it. If you tell somebody you can't afford it, you're a moron. You need to leave whatever job you're doing. Yeah, you do. You need to go and do something else. You really do. Anybody tells you 4 years, it's criminality. So everything that they do is just to say it's wrong would be an understatement. But there's nothing.
Treason against the people.
It is treason, but as I said, it's not. It can't be defended. That's the thing. You can't defend not these investments I'm talking about. You can't defend them, and you cannot defend putting your money in the reserves when you don't have roads. You can't defend that. We must have roads. Roads, nothing's more important than having roads. The most important infrastructure you can have. Most important infrastructure, and we don't have it.
But again, the importance of roads, right? That if we are going to believe that, okay, all right, we are able to get the goods from the manufacturer where it is producing to the marketplace in an efficient time, right? All of that are benefiting. So roads are important, as you state that, right? But again, as I said, John, the politics of the day is just cruel. And
they're not going to do it now.
Exactly. I mean, I don't know. It's just that it's so tough to know that we are electing these people for them to represent us, John. And one of the things that I notice as it relates to the political system, right? You have persons as it relates to a particular constituency that don't even live into the constituency, John. What sort of representation that he can give? Think of it, John.
You say that, Byron. It's funny because I've said to people, right, name somewhere in Jamaica, anywhere in Jamaica, and I've named it, and I've told them, I bet you I can tell you what these people need. I can tell them. I bet you need roads. I bet you need lighting up there. I bet you need things for the children to do. I bet you need all these things. So anybody who wants to do good, I don't think you have to live in a. I know that I could do, me sitting here, I could fix anywhere you want to name. I can tell you exactly what the people need. Not exactly, but I can tell you the things that they really need. They don't have roads, they don't have lighting, they don't have water.
Exactly.
That I can deliver. Those are the things I know I can deliver. Other little things I won't know about, then you can say that, okay, then you might need a counsellor and stuff like that. But I don't think in Jamaica that you do need anybody living in these areas, because they all have the same problem. No education, no roads, no water, no electricity,
John,
or poor.
It's extremely crazy to think that from the 6th of August, 1962, that we gained independence, we have areas in Jamaica that today, as we speak, John, right, struggling, right, for potted water, right? And when you look at that, one of the things that I also cannot understand, John, that over the many years, John, the voting bloc that always put a politician in power, right, are the common people. The common people, the poor people. They are the strongest voting bloc that always put a political party in power. And over the many years, they are the ones who have been neglected, John. And then, I mean, the sponsors of election, right, the private sectors, they are the one who benefits. So then we continue to have that. And I'm wondering if the people are just not asking themselves the question, what is happening, right? Within certain constituency, you have member of parliament, even into their own system, structure it as policy, John, that they only visit the constituency only twice. Is that representation, John?
Yeah, they visited. Well, no, it isn't. Of course not. Yeah, it's madness over here. It's just madness, isn't it? But we say the politicians aren't going to change. That we do know for a fact, and that's what I'm saying about this diaspora bond. If we get something like that together, then the people in Jamaica will say, "Well, look, some people are people out there who have got good ideas. Why don't we rally behind them?" Because then we will have some kind of influence, won't we? And even if it comes to a point where they say that we will form a political party, then we do that. But we can't continue down the road we're going down now.
No, certainly not.
We can't.
Certainly
And I just don't see any, I've thought about it, and I just don't, Jamaican people are just not, I've talked about having a third party to people, and they just don't buy into this argument. I talk to very few people anyway who are interested in politics. Very few. When I've asked people about the Constitution, I remember going out and talked about 20 people, and only one person had an idea what the Constitution was. The other had no clue and they didn't care. Just don't care. Everybody just links the Constitution to politics. So when it comes to, if you ever form the party, then you've got to try and get new voters to vote for you. And the people aren't voting, unfortunately. They're just not voting, they just don't vote. And that's what I'm saying, that I think the only way forward is for, say, if we did do something like create this renewable energy company, then the people will see, look, there are people doing stuff for Jamaica. We would have a voice then. So it wouldn't be just me and you talking like this now. We'd have a proper platform now where all of Jamaica would hear us. And that's what we need. We need all of Jamaica to hear us. And we can only do that by doing something solid and substantial for the benefits to people. And they'll see that, look, these people have got our, they've got our thoughts in, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm lost now.
John, I want the people to get it in terms of what you're saying, to win ourselves from energy dependency as it relates to these private sectors who have been becoming a monster, obviously, right? That if we go the route, right, of solar, right, as it relates to the diaspora. John, this is something that really and truly we need to really push on and extend on it, John. Okay. Right? Because and it's quite attainable.
It right? is. It is easily.
And I like the focus, John, as it relates to what you're talking about in terms of solar, right? We can get there. We can get there.
But let me just jump in there, sorry, Byron. But you've got to remember as well what I'm talking about. It's going to create jobs at the same time, isn't it?
Exactly.
This is going to be like a 5-year mission to take all of this stuff off the grid. There's going to be infrastructure has to be built, because you're not just going to go to a school and just pull in the solar panels. You're going to have a look and think, well, that roof isn't good enough, and you're going to have to spend money. So you're creating a lot of jobs, and it's going to go on for 5 years of creating good jobs. Then, and you've got to also remember, when people are working, there are going to be less people going to crime. Then you're going to have children with hope, and they're going to stay in school longer. So your crime's going to come down. You know, crime costs something like about 500 million a year. While you're doing this, crime will probably be coming down like, say, 50 million every year. So you've got money you're saving there. Then you're going to be saving money from people not getting shot and going to hospital. Then, because your roads are lit properly now, you haven't got all these crashes killing people, so you're saving money there. It's also social intervention. That's what it is.
So it's the ripple effects of
social
the benefits.
intervention. Pardon?
It's the ripple effects of the benefits.
Yes, exactly. That's right. And then it's not going to be ripple; they're going to be waves, aren't they? That's the thing.
Exactly. So,
And you just mentioned one thing. You mentioned water. You said about water.
Yeah.
The reason why we don't have water, you know, is down to JPS. You know that it's down to JPS. That's the main reason why we don't have water. JPS is the reason. Again, if we were solar powered, then we'd have solar powered pumping. We would have all these issues. Yeah. Samuda said it himself. Yeah, I'll find it actually. I'm going to tell you what Samuda said. I think I've got it written down here somewhere.
It's crazy.
Samuda. Oh, it is crazy. Oh, he said the high cost of electricity has significantly impacted Jamaica's ability to distribute water to all. There you go. The high cost of electricity.
There you go.
There you go. Solar and wind powered, solved. Overnight solved.
What are they doing about it, John? What are they doing about it?
Well, nothing. They're not going to do anything about it, Byron. It's not in their interest to do anything about it. It's not in their interest. They don't run. It's what I keep trying to tell people. They don't run the country for us. Well, they run it for themselves. They don't. They do little things. Of course, they have to do little things for the people. They have to. They can't not do anything. But they do the bare bloody minimum. They do the bare minimum. Bare minimum. They do. You're sick of it.
They have no real plans, and they just make it up as they go along most of the time.
That is true, but as I said, they don't need to have plans where they just know that they're running it for themselves. They have the plans for themselves, don't they? So you keep mining going because that, you know, it puts money in your pocket, and you keep the debt high, and you know, because probably that you've actually lent some of the money. Your company, you're part of, you know, you got shares in a bank, and that bank is actually paying. When all these remittances come in, you know that what's it, Western Union, they get like 5% of the remittance, whatever it is, I can't remember the figure. And if you've got shares in that, that's money into your pocket. So they want the remittances to come in.
Exactly.
Everything is set against the poor people.
Exactly. Well, here,
set against them.
If you read John, dear Janet Jones said the private sector pays them not to push that idea. The politicians are lobbyists. John, to be honest, I believe that neocolonialism is best at work, right, to ensure that, you know, we stay at a particular level, right, and people need to understand the work of the neocolonialist, right, that is working, right, in the dark shadows, right, to suppress us, right, but we have to, right, go beyond that. And John, that, I mean, you have come up with a viable solution as it relates to, you know, energy, right? Bring ourselves from that dependency, right, of energy from JPS and so forth, right? If we go solar, and I don't, you know, from you can think of that. I don't see the reason why the government can't really think of that. But as what Janet said, it seems like, you know, neocolonialism is at the best, right? To ensure that, I mean, you know, we don't surface, you know, but we have to, John, we have to lead our people out of poverty in terms of, you know, dealing with the solutions.
And there are solutions. That's the thing, isn't it? But the problem is that you only rarely hear solutions. So we're hearing some tonight. But I listen to a few of these people, bloggers, and they never have any. And so you're not going to hear it on TVJ or CBM or read it in a newspaper.
Exactly.
So the people aren't going to get, and very few Jamaicans are going to be tuned in to listen to you. A handful are going to be listening to you. So they're all going to stay ignorant. And that's why I'm saying that the only way forward is if they see us doing something.
Yeah.
So like there's a handful of us listening now, if they all jump on board and think, yeah, John, that's a good idea. They tell their friends and we build on this. If we can build on this and have more people talk about it, then it's something that we can realize.
Exactly.
And when the government hear about it, because we don't even have to raise the money straight away. We only have to make the noise about it, and for this noise to get to the government, and then TVJ or one of them will have to pick it up. Along the line, it will have to be picked up. When this starts moving, and they say, okay, then they have set up this golf fund, whatever, not golf fund, they have set up this bond, and people are now donating. The government will have to say something. Something will have to be done. But we won't get anywhere if we don't have an action plan. We have to be doing something. We can't just talk. And this is the only idea. I mean, I said I started the petition hoping that would get, would go viral. And by going viral, it might get international attention. And then, as you know, when you have corrupt governments, the worst thing for them is international attention, isn't it? They don't want their dirty, you know, all of a sudden, people are going to be talking about, you know, people in Canada and even Belgium are going to be talking about Andrew Holness's house. How does he live in a house like that? And he's never worked. You don't want that kind of conversation.
Yeah.
But I say, I'll come on again and we can talk in more detail about a diaspora bond then. And then
John, we have to extend right on that as it relates to solar energy.
It's not the solar, wind and waste energy.
Waste energy, yes. So we wanna have to extend on that, right? Because I love the idea, John.
We can also talk of the year and see if we can get key people who are movers and shakers in the diaspora and know the way how to do certain things and see if we can get some things going.
Right? Yeah, that's what I'm exactly right.
And
we need influences. We do need influences on board.
I tell you something, Jana. I really love this. I really love this. So, I mean, John, we have to talk, right? And
to get other bloggers.
Have, right, other bloggers, right, push the idea and definitely move towards, right, you know, accomplishing, right, this mission. So I think tonight was really successful, John, in terms of, you know, galvanizing, right, a mission that, of course, can take us into success.
Let me just say that I have, if you can put this up for me, my website, so people can see, so they can contact me then.
Sure.
All right. So
let's build a better Jamaica.com.
Exactly. So
build a better Jamaica.com. Okay.
Yes.
All one word?
Yeah, let's build a better Jamaica and then .com.
Okay.
So for all the persons who are here, right? Let us support, right, this mission, right, and of course move very positive towards that. So we have told here.
Yes, and I'm also following on with the petition link. I've dropped it a couple of times in the chat while we've been having the discussion. I'm putting it right behind.
So there is it. The petition link is out there as well.
And
that's wonderful.
Embedded in the it's also embedded in the description.
Okay. Thank you, Janet. Janet said she had signed from last week on Ratigan Show. And people who want we want you all to understand, right, where John wants to take us, right? It's just simply a better future, right?
Yeah.
In terms of just doing what we need to do, right, to build a better nation. I don't think I can say it in a better job, because that is the centerpiece of the focus. We are building a better nation. All right.
It can be done. It can be done.
It can be done. It can be done. So all we have to do, we're gonna have to just reinforce that, and of course be consistent, John. Right. The thing about us learning is consistent. Neville M62 Malcolm 1028, real big facts together. We can make this happen. Better days are coming. And with, of course, with brain power like John, right, that is going to navigate the way for us, right? All we need.
A bit of common sense, Byron. It's just a bit of common sense. Nothing special. Just a bit of common sense. Nothing more. Really, it's just a bit of common sense.
But I tell you, John, even although it's pure common sense, I don't think that common sense is that so common up these days, you know. Politicians, no, serious, John. Serious, John.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, right, for me, I'm a born Jamaican, and that makes much sense to me, to know that what we need, right, to have is building our nation. And that is one of the reasons why I'm very serious. And, you know, John, let me say this, because I know that with certain political assistance, we can able to also get there in a faster time. And I believe that, and I'm putting my trust, to be honest, John, you know, in Mark Golding, as it relates to a level of discipline, a level of integrity, and certain efforts that he had done already. And we need to get back, John, as it relates to the philosophy of democratic socialism, right? That also could strengthen this idea, right? Because it will better also if we have the political engine behind us, John.
But we're not going to get it behind us because they're hand in glove with the IMF and the World Bank. That's the problem.
Well, John, we have to do something, John.
As I said, we start, we say, if we have this diaspora diaspora bond and company and people jump on that, then we can start building from there, can't we? Then you'll see. Then if the PMP jump on board, then so be it. But I wouldn't put a penny on it. Because, as I said, Philip Paulwell was the Minister of Energy. He was a Minister of Energy, and he came off the grid. Okay. And he was there in the discussions with the World Bank and allowed us to transition to natural gas. Should never have happened. You can't have rural areas, and you're saying that you got today without electricity. We have places without water. As I said, we don't have water because of JPS. Philip Paulwell calls that. So so what we're going to do with him? So what we're going to say? You've got to boot out Philip Paulwell. Mark Golding, he was involved in the IMF agreement. He helped write the IMF agreement. They're all tainted. That's the problem. They're all tainted, Byron. They're all tainted. Don't get me wrong. Wholeness is the worst we've ever had by a long, long way. My God, Jesus Christ. I mean, I've had no words for the man, to tell you the truth.
We need him to leave like last year. That's how fast we want him to go. Right? It's the worst, right, in the political hemisphere. But John, you know what? And take it from me. Maybe you and I need to approach Margole. Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
You don't know.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained. But John, I mean, food for thought, right? We love the idea as it relates to nation building because we have to
figure out how to get to him.
Right? We can't continue like this though. And you're perfectly right, John. So of course, and we have to talk after the year to John. Right?
Yeah. We'll get together and have a chat. Yeah, exactly. Sometime. But probably we'll have a chat tomorrow on the.
Yeah, we will talk. We will talk, John.
Yeah, we'll work it out. That's right. We're on this stuff on. Yeah. But we have to do something.
So all right.
But I like the idea about getting some movers and shakers because there are movers and shakers in the diaspora, and they just need to hear.
Exactly.
They just need to hear that so many people want to come back home and can't.
Yeah.
They're just afraid. I come back home because I don't have children.
Here.
Yeah.
All right. So
where are you? Where are you?
We are in Canada, John.
All right. Okay. Right.
Specifically, we are in Alberta.
All right.
Right. So we are going to link, John. Trust me, we are going to link. All right.
Yeah.
So people, there you have it. Right. We know what to do, and we want to build a momentum from here as it relates to what John is saying. And of course, I think that, I mean, nothing venture, nothing gain, John. Right?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that.
Exactly.
Exactly. I'm not going to disagree with it.
So, we want to say, John, a big thanks to you, right, for enlightening us and, building the awareness and so forth. So, once again, big thanks. We really appreciate the time and the knowledge that you sheltered to us. Right.
No, thank you for having me, Byron, and thank you for giving me a voice. Yeah, thank you.
And we're looking forward for you to step up again. Right?
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah,
okay.
That's good.
Blessed John.
All right, then.
Have a wonderful weekend and the rest of your time.
Yeah, you too, my brother. You too, my sister. You have a good one. Thanks very much. And good night to everybody. Good night.
Bye. All right. So there you have it, people. John with those ideas. And I mean, those are, solid ideas as it relates to, winning ourselves from certain energy dependency and, right, get to a place of nation building, right? We can do it. Let us look into the chat and see. Janet Jones said, big up, John. Do not stop what you are doing. So true. Let us get into the chat and see what we have here. Okay.
To do the other section.
Yes.
Let me just drop the link to the petition again.
Okay.
And remember, it's also embedded in the description.
All right. People support the petition. And again, I want to, since we can't.
Just continue.
Okay. So I'm just going to get into now the rest of the program, right? As it relates to, Neville, we can make it work. Come together and make it work. So true, Neville.
Unity is strength.
Unity is strength, and that's what we need. All right, so we get back into the deck of things. We have one last clip
before you go there. And also, guys, if you those who are listening out there who know somebody else who can help in some of these initiatives, get them to reach out to us on that number.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to figure out ways in which to get people energized and to come on board with what we are doing. But as I said before, we need to figure out who the movers and the shakers are. And there are a lot of people who are listening to us and in the chat too, who may know somebody, you know, who has knowledge of all these solar power and all of this, how they work, because we have to come up with a plan. With everything, we can't just talk. You have to have something on a paper to present, you know. So we have to sit and figure out how we're going to make it work. But we need the people with the right knowledge, you know, as to how to get this thing moving forward if we're going to
And
start. And we just have to take it one project at a time. And if we start one foot in front of the other, we can
yeah,
make a
we can get
stride.
there, right? We can get there. And John is someone who is really committed, right? I mean, of course, coming back to Jamaica and want to, improve, the whole social status, want to improve, right, the lives of the common people. And so then I have a level of confidence as it relates to John's mission. I really love it. I really endorse it, and I wish that other persons just sort of understand, right? And let us put this together, right? We can make it happen, right? We definitely can make it happen. Now, we have the situation as you wanna
Just finish up on that.
all right. When we talk about good governance, right, it is important that we understand, and I'm glad that John came on and expressed certain things. And when Mystic Sensation, Kay and Montague, we see school opening and the classroom will be so hot. We need help as the students will be hot. So the teachers need funds. So adapt a classroom as the teachers and students are suffering.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So I think what Kayan is saying, that if we could galvanize, right, around what Kayan saying, that other people see that. So there it is, in terms of Kayan, request, in terms of stating the condition of the classroom where our students, right, will be facing the heat. If persons who wish to, do any form of donation as it relates to that, right? Because again, we can start off that Kayan, right, as it relates to making the first example, right? Donating something towards that. And if other persons want to do that, to assist, right? Because I mean, we understand how the situation is, and whatever we can do, right? We try and aid a situation, right? And since Kayan spoke about school there, right? We are now facing a situation where school is, in preparation to open. And some schools might opening without any teachers there. So that's a problem that we are facing. I hope that the education minister, right, that fill those vacancies that need to be filled, right? Our education is important, and so forth, right? Exactly.
Yeah. All right. So again, welcome to everyone who recently joined. Thank you so much for being here. So Janet is saying the school should get donors to donate solar projects to show how effective it could work. Yes, they could do maybe once we figure out how it can be done and get it off the ground. It's gonna take time. Then we can use just a school as a pilot to show how effective it can be, because we have to have like one first, and then see how it works. Let them see that it's really is a good thing and blah blah blah, and then we can do others if we are able to get the funding and stuff and figure out how it would be done. But it's gonna be a work in progress.
Exactly. And if we all focus on going solar, right? That, I mean, come on, JPS can't talk to it.
Oh, Frida
Right.
was saying there are solar organizations that we can join to gain knowledge in the Canada. Yes. And I could implemented solar and see how they did it. We need to reinvent. We don't need to no, it's not reinventing the wheel, it's just figuring how we're gonna get
there.
in Jamaica, because there's gonna be red tape from government, because you can't just go and put it up like that. You have to get permission and go through this person and the next person. There's gonna be a lot of red tape to go through. We know that, because you just can't just go there and say, "Oh, I'm donating it," and put it up like that.
It's still going to need political assistance. It's still going to need that political assistance, regardless, And so then, what we need to focus on right now, you understand, is to get this government out and move forward, right? Of course, with the People's National Party, we are not taking back over. Let me hear what Tara said there.
No, she's saying
okay, sealing funds would be a good bet. All right, Tara. So, what you said?
What time is it? It's 3 hours and 15 minutes. It's 9:46.
Okay.
Can it go?
No, we can't. So for Jeopardy folks, I don't think we are going to highlight Jeopardy tonight. But next Friday coming, of course, we're gonna have Jeopardy on stream. Is to the fact that we have Dr. John Lennon here, and we extend that time. So bear with us, right? We really apologize for that. There's a lot of codes and regulation towards such. Exactly, Millicent. Right? Let the our schools should be powered by solars. Would save so much in terms of resources. Yes, Jamfet, and that is so right. That is so right. Right? That is so right. Janet Jones, let the politicians see how it will benefit them. So then you will get the go ahead, of course. Because really and truly, it still is going to take some political assistance in terms of policies and so forth and so forth. Right? Millicent, so we need to do research, get the information we would need moving forward to such. So true, Millicent. Research is necessary where that is concerned.
They've been waiting. You want the questions aren't heard this week, they should be able to get.
Okay, all right. Since we are going to quickly run through Jeopardy, because I don't want my people awaiting
to be disappointed.
To be disappointed. So let us get right into Jeopardy then. Let me pull back that, right, and push through Jeopardy.
Eileen,
all right.
Hospital, health centers also. Thank you so much, Truckler. So it was the hottest live. Okay, yes. So I am going to bring up the Jeopardy template. Is there a law governing gifts received by politicians by private individuals? Yes.
Yes, there's a law that governs that.
Okay. Let me just get the Jeopardy template. 1 sec, guys. Just close those off. The paper is under the books with the hand towel.
Which paper?
It's getting quick now. Ready? I'm gonna make some paper then. It's the papers on the front.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, guys. So let me just bring up the template. Let me just share it. All right, so let me just take off the logo. There we go. There, yeah, that one. Thanks. Okay, so tonight's categories are marketing of Jamaica, Caribbean flags, Jamaican music, Jamaican foods, and continent. So as usual, the question is in the form of a statement. You're going to answer in the form of a question, and you are fined for credit, $1,000 digital for the person with the most points, and $500 digital or flow for both, or flow for the 4 runners up. Okay, hold on. Okay, he's saying wait until next week. All right, no problem.
All right.
Okay, they don't want to disappoint you guys too much. All right, so since you want to wait until next week, let me stop sharing. There we go.
So you see, our subscribers, yeah, they are thinking about us too, as you are thinking about them. That's why I love them so much, right? Because you know, they know that you have to run out early in the morning and so forth. But you know, once again, it's a pleasure, right?
Jump into the Macrae Cree.
It's a pleasure to have my ardent listeners here, and we really appreciate, right, you know, coming together on a Friday, right? I you know, honestly, we are going to do it, and I believe that, you know, with Dr. John Lennon, right, pushing the objective of nation building, and we galvanize around him. But people, remember, please sign the petition, right, and you know, galvanize around this mission. Right, there will be an increase in electricity this month. You see that?
Let me see. Arthur had said it at the beginning. I think he said it was 1.6%.
Yeah.
At the start of the live, he had put it out to say that there's going to be a 1.6% increase in JPS bill.
Okay. Bless up Gilly. Not to realize that Gilly bless me up from we up in the chat. Right. All right.
The far up is when we just there it is.
Okay.
The height of inflation.
In the height of inflation. Oh my God, granted JPS a 1.6 increase to the, look here. Arthur, this government has no care for the Jamaican people, right? I have seen where someone was highlighting that he took, I think was $2,000 to a shop, and the only thing that that he got from the $2,000 was quarter bread, 2 eggs, and a tin of sardine, and 2 juices, and that right came up to $2,000. The level of inflation, and in spite of that, the government take 200 and 300% raise. This government is the most correlative, right? It's the worst. And I'm not going to hold on my mouth and talk, right? And I'm being honest. It is the worst government in our political history, right? Andrew Holness is the worst thing, right? And so then we need to make sure that, you know, when we go to the poll, we do what needs to be done, right, in having this government behind us, right? And, you know, I understand the situation in terms of, you know, what Dr. John Lennon was saying as it relates with IMF policies and so forth. But the fact of the matter, those policies are already there. And we have to just take our time. They have a saying that when we ants in lion mouth, we have to take time, pet the lion, and take time, pull out your hand. Right?
But these things are
And
not written in stone anyway.
exactly. And so we are under the indictment of the IMF. We are under the indictment of the BRI, that is the China Lending Agency, the Belt and Road Initiative. But as where I see where this government is going, in spite of all the loans that this government have been getting, all what the government been getting, there is no fiscal discipline, where the government is reducing the borrowing and increase productivity. We don't see that. So it's a sad, sad, sad business.
Let me say this. Someone commented under last week's live that she don't want to see the PNP in power again because she don't want to have to worry from year to year about the percentage increase in taxes. Now, Andrew might promise you no increase in taxes, but you're going to be paying more than what you would have paid under the PNP because
Exactly.
they hide it in the commodities. Case in point, JPS.
Exactly.
That's where it goes in your food, your bills, and whatever. It's the taxes there.
So,
So you might not come and say, oh, GCT is this, but it has been raised. But only thing he doesn't tell you because he embeds it in basic commodities.
Right.
So
it's just the awareness of the
ridiculous.
entire political process. All right.
And again, when you look, when you talk about PNP under this new leadership, I've been saying that do not look on PNP as the PNP in the past. Look at it under this new leader. Look at what the leader stands for. That's how we should look at it and decide what is best for the country and how we are going to vote. Because yes, you might still have persons in the party who mean the country no good, but with time, those persons can be weeded out. You can't just you're not gonna get it all fixed all at once. But once you have someone who has honesty, integrity, and have the best interest of the people at heart, give that person a chance. The one that really wants to move the country forward. Don't say, oh, PNP won't do this. That is of the past. We're thinking about the future now. This is under new leadership. And he's showing you who he is. He's showing you who he is. So please give him a chance. We need our country to move forward. We're saying that people are saying PNP and GLP is the same thing. I know that people have suffered under both leadership. We're not pushing that aside. But this is a new day that has dawned. It's a new leader who's trying to move the country forward, right? So stop talking about what was, talking about what is now and where we are going.
Yes.
That's how we should be looking at things now and stop living in the past. The past is the past. We can't change it. We need to look to the future. And this gentleman is showing you that he has the country's interest at heart. We need to give him a chance, and he will be under the microscope if he does go there. He's not going to get a clean pass or a quick, pass to say, okay, we are going to give him our mandate. This is what we want, and he will be scrutinized heavily.
Yes, and again, honey, people have to understand that the advent of social media, right? That is here today, and many platforms like the Jamaican Carlos, the Reggae Dub Scene, the Andre Stevens, the Talk Your Mind TV, and many more, right? Reason with Rattigan, right? Jeffrey Tavares, right? We are living in a time where social media, right, in current time, in lifetime, is going to all these politicians and call out, right, whatever wrongdoing. Right, gone are the days when politicians could have done some certain things and so forth and so forth. Right, we have access right now to certain websites where we can where we can access the website, where we can look and actually, right, question a member of parliament that, look here, right, this need to be done and that need to be done, right, and we take it to social media and we speak about it. So I am saying that as it relates to the contrast that I'm going to make between PNP and GLP, right, the People's National Party leader, right, is very serious as it relates to wanting to draft an already drafted, let me say that, already drafted an impeachment bill, right? Simple means that he's saying that politicians need to be held accountable. This current government needs none of that. Stepped on it. He doesn't want it, right? Doesn't sign the code of conduct, right? Continue to suppress in discipline to the core. And that is one of the reasons why we go deep dive with our investigation and show all of these things, right, as it relates to Andrew Holness government. And when I say, look, I have nothing, the truth be told, I have nothing personal against Andrew Holness, right? Because I don't even know him, right? The fuck of the matter, right? Andrew Holness is the prime minister and his governance is extremely poor and we are criticizing him accordingly. He himself agreed in his 2015 campaign, you understand, for us to criticize the government. And so now we are doing that, holding the government accountable. The fuck of the matter, you have seen members of parliament, right, with illicit enrichment that cannot justify their wealth. Cannot justify their wealth. So my people, let us push out the degenerative politics. You understand? Let us show the degenerative politics out the door and call a spade a spade. If you are saying that, okay, Andrew Holness should not be held accountable, right, for certain breach of procurement rules, what are we saying? Is that what we want to accept? We can't accept that as a nation.
No one is above the law. Everyone should be held
right?
accountable.
So we cannot be tolerable to things like that. We can't. As the truth be told, right, we need to hold, right, Andrew Holness accountable and, right, allow investigation to take place. But obviously, with the Commissioner of Police, the current Commissioner of Police, who is highly political, based on evidence, highly political, right? Then, you know, that's a situation that, you know, we have to call out a spade, right? The Commissioner of Police is highly political, right? Again, the movements in terms of extending the DPP time. Why? People, use the brain. Why Andrew Holness want to extend the DPP time when you have other persons, right, in the DPP, right, area that is highly qualified and more potent than this than this current DPP, right? So it has to be some ulterior motive, right? And then if Paula Llewellyn understand that, okay, all right, she needs to make other people grow. Make other people grow. upward mobility. Extremely selfish. And that level of selfishness, what you have Paul Llewellyn, you understand, to definitely sit there and stifle other people, you understand, from getting there to the helm. It's unfair, Paula. So that level of unfairness that you have inside of you is telling me, you understand, that you are bringing the same level of unfairness in terms of looking unto Andrew Holness's wrongdoing. You understand the way how you need to look at it, right? Are you, Paula Llewellyn, is going to investigate SSL the way how SSL supposed to be investigated? Right now, look what Andrew Holness is doing. Look what Andrew Holness is doing, right? How long are you going to sit there, right, and decide that, okay, we are not going to at least be aware of the 6 politicians, right, as it relates to illicit wealth? Come on. The Integrity Commission had completed their investigation and passed it on. And this is the very same reason, right, why you should be having members of parliament who are the target of an investigation sits on the Integrity Commission oversight
in the committee that's investigating.
Right? It doesn't make any sense that the target of the investigation sits on the Integrity Commission oversight. And Andrew, you know that. You know that you have been the target of an investigation as it relates to the Integrity Commission from way back when. You know that. And you have your wife sit on. You have your wife. So you tell me, Mr. Prime Minister, you being the target of an investigation, have your wife sit on the Integrity Commission oversight, and other person who is target of the Integrity Commission, have them sit on the Integrity Commission oversight. It is clear corruption. Clear corruption. Right? You have person who sits on the Integrity Oversight Commission, right, who is not being truthful as it relates to the declaration of the statutory declaration, who is not being truthful. Come on. And Jamaica, we sit down and we accept this. We accept this. Come on, man. Tara, J, these people in position are not leaving. 6 bearers may carry out some. Come on. Where's the Tara? They have to stay there until they're whole and dead.
That's the only way they're leaving.
Right? It is unfair, Jamaica. We deserve better than this. Right? We have places in Jamaica that don't have tap water. Come on. And when it comes to a political season, you see the Jamaica Labour Party, the run, go fix road. On to the other years that they have been there.
You mean fix road, you mean fling some malp on it and then rain come and make.
You understand?
And what it was, and then the people them jump up, oh, road fix.
You see them run, go fix this, they run, go fix that, they run, go fix this, because what? Election round the corner. So then, do we want these politicians that is at the end, right, of the 5 years going into the political season, that they want to represent us? That they want to represent us? You have members of parliament who have a name and picture. You understand, upon water truck. And instead of run line to make the people wean themselves from the dependency of him, extorting those people. Right? Acting as if he's doing good by chucking water People don't want that. People don't want you to truck water to them. People want the service line in their property and get water, which I don't have to depend on you. What happened to the people them tax money? The people don't pay them tax money. They don't need you to truck water to them. So all of that is foolishness. All of that is the chaos in the politics. Daryl Vaza, you may attack. All of that are chaos in the politics. You understand? Don't use no dark cloth to put over the people over the people eyes. People need to wake up. You chucking water to people in a 2023 that shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't be happening. That in 2023 you are chucking water to people. That is slackness as a member of parliament from you. Where is the representation? Where is the representation? So we need to get rid of these dinosaurs out of politics. Right? Obviously, I have no brains. Trust me, brain dead. Right? Then used to the start of, gully bottom politics. Right? The Roman jump up as what Colonel Charles stated. Just look at that. So then, Jamaica, we need to move forward. And when we say move forward, we want to move forward. We want checks and balance and transparency within the government. Right? Let us see. And let me say this to you people. Let me say this because I know that this is going to happen. So when you see it happen, right, remember that Mystic Sensation said, the government is going to move towards closing the SSL case, right, prior to election. They're going to structure that. You are not going to hear anything about about any investigation as it relates to FBI, as it relates to fraud. SSL is going to dead under this government because the fact of the matter, this government involved in SSL corruption. Plain. This government involved in SSL corruption. And so then Cross-Kerry is so confident knowing that there is no police, the commissioner of police is not going to send any investigator to investigate it. The commissioner of police get 14 million and the commissioner of police is okay. You understand what I'm saying? Those tactics works all the time because these people don't have long-term plans. They have a myopic view and politicians are aware. Tara, trust me, Tara, believe you me, Tara. I am so, my people, just wake up. My people, I'm asking you, I'm begging you to wake up. To wake up. To wake up. Andrew Holness is not hiding. He's not hiding again. He's just doing it plain. The last time I look at the Andrew Holness, right? And I look at political campaign strategy. A Clarks, me see him again. Clarks, me see Andrew Holness again.
How small-minded it takes.
So then, people, can you believe it? I saw him on a clip. There are some people in the party man don't even look on him. And when we look on him foot, a Clark see Havana again. This will show you that this man, right, just think that the people are nincompoops. Right? No. I tell you something. In a real first world country, he wouldn't get the time of day. But him deal with political campaigning. He wouldn't get the time of day. Right? Trust me. In our first world country, he would have been charged. He would have been. And we Jamaican people, you understand, jumping around, talking about, you know, I mean, I get some message in my chat. Unbelievable. Right? When people cannot come with the facts in terms of what I presented. Right? They allude themselves to some nonsense. Right? I mean, look, the internet is there for you to research. When I come and speak, I'm not speaking any sort of gibberish. Right? I make sure that I reference, you understand, the source of my information, where other persons can read, and I put it up for you to read it. But you have some people that will never able to change because they love the corruption. They love the corruption gonna be. It's not about nation building for them. You understand? Them love the scamming and them love the scammer government. You understand? And you can't get them out no matter what you say. So one of them, the people that I'm talking to, you know, I'm talking to those 63% of people who did not vote and need a substantial reason to vote. I am saying, people, vote for Mark Golding as it relates to integrity and honesty, right? Someone who making sure that a bill being drafted, right? Mark Golding promised that, of course, in his government, is going to run the necessary investigation that needs to be run. And if they're found to be corrupted, right, prosecution is going to run at that we want to see. And that's why I am supporting Mark Golding. For people who want to say that I am diarted, well, go ahead and say that. Right? I know why I am defending Mark Golding, because Mark Golding is defending democratic socialism, and I know that's the part I am. And we want to guide back our people towards democratic socialism. Capitalism is no good for us, only benefiting the elite, the politicians, you understand, with their political kickback, right? Giving them their friends the luxury, right? We burn our belly, right? Inflation killing us, right? And every day they live on our backs. They are natural vultures. Tara, the Clark's phenomenon makes you seem relatable to the puppy shows. Well, I couldn't put it better than you, Tara. Right? And that is true. So true. Janet Jones, if you check out this PM tactics, it is Trump's blue. Well, Janet, put up Janet. People, what Janet stated right, this is no joke. This is not about, look, what Donald Trump is doing is the very same thing that Trump did, you know. But guess what? Guess what, people? Donald Trump doesn't have the luxury of a third world country that corrupted like Jamaica. Because you'd have got no way scotch-free. Let me say that to you. You'd have got no way scotch-free. Right? Because we see that Paul Llewellyn adamant in taking the extension. Did you think Paul Llewellyn interested in any case that is going to point towards Andrew Wilness? No. And that's the truth about the matter. So regardless of what Paul Llewellyn want to talk about people this and people that, right? Paul Llewellyn, you need to look into yourself. You need to look into yourself, Paula. You understand? You need to look into yourself. You're a very selfish person. Very selfish person. Because you don't think of your other fellow workers who have been there. Right? You have done your time and plus. You have done your time and plus. And other persons who would want to be at Impala, free of the space. But you want to be there for what? Eh? To guide and protect who? Right? To guide and protect who? Right? But we see all of these things. Right? And we see America today, yes, making an example of a narcissistic mind. We are also depending on Jamaica for the judiciary system not to fail us, because we know that the political system had already failed Andrew and his cabinet. We have one of those men who claiming that by any means necessary, he will defend the Prime Minister. By any means necessary. You look at that. You look at that, people. When you have a member of parliament, right, who people voted for and put him to represent the people, he's now telling those people who voted for him that by any means necessary, he's defending his Prime Minister, even if his Prime Minister wrong or right. So Jamaican people, are you taking that? Are we to accept that? Are we to accept that? Come on. We deserve better than that. Right? The mistake that we are making today, let me warn you, let me warn, the mistakes that we are making today, our sons and daughters, generation after generation are going to suffer because of the decision that we make today. Right? The vote that you are voting should not be about you alone, but it should be about you.
And the next generation.
The next generation and the next generation and the next generation to come. And that's why we are in a predicament like this. Right? We need to vote for policies. 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 We need to vote for policies. For those areas. And let me speak now. For those areas, those constituencies where people are suffering as it relates to water, make the politician them know, so listen. No water, no run. And we're not talking about no truck water. No line, no run. No vote, no run. And so then when that member of parliament deliver, right? Well, so then we must vote for policies, right? Nation building. You are going to tell me that you have members of parliament in a certain constituency, did they all 10, 15 years, no development within the constituency, and still be voted in, then I so only love the politics. I so only love the politics, people. That even when the politician now do nothing for no just the yard in the way there.
They know their color.
You understand me? I say? It's not supposed to go so. Because remember, you know, we are talking now. We said we are different Mark Golden, you know. Remember, you know, we still upon social media, you know. And so we expect that Mark Golden, right? Whenever he becomes incumbent government, right, he has to walk that straight and narrow line, you know. Because don't believe that we are going to be here and see where Mark Golden is flipping and flopping and we don't call him out, you know. So who want to believe that, okay, we are dieted PNP or dieted this or dieted that? We are telling you that we are Jamaicans. And I'm telling you the reason why I'm defending Mark Golden. One, democratic socialism over and over me thought that. Right? I have nothing to do with capitalism because I know what capitalism is about. And people need to study the history of capitalism. Me no in no neocolonialism. Me no in that. Wealth and could not. Too many ignorant and stupid people are living in Jamaica who are only controlled by their stomach. We need people who are thinkers and see development as part of policy making process. What a brilliant, what put it up, because the people need to put in the people psychosis. You know what Welton said? So true. Too many ignorant and stupid people are living in Jamaica who are only controlled by their stomach. Right? Policies. Come on. People think. Right? You have some people just want jail people win because they support the greed. Like really? Like seriously? Seriously? Eh? You're going to tell me that Andrew Holness can tell the nation how much he put in an SSL and how much he get out? I will laugh and think that that's okay. That is not okay. Andrew Holness cannot come out and tell people how much he put in an SSL and how much he get out. That is not okay. Andrew Holness build a big house, but salary can't explain. That is not okay. That is not okay. Andrew Holness, right? Deal with him statutory declaration, file him statutory declaration that cannot be verified.
Some people say nothing wrong with that.
Right? That cannot be okay. So regardless of what Andrew attack and come out and do pretty talk, but upon Independence Day or Independence Evening or Independence Night, or whatever platform you want to use, the platform that you need to use, really and truly, is where the investigation starts with him. That is the platform you need to use. Right? This is not about me defending PNP. This is about, you understand, Andrew Holness, right? Who's simply unable to explain his wealth. So that cannot be okay. Tara, hence the longevity of the garrisons, dangle little sweets, and they are caught with their tongues out and mouth wide open. Tara, you're really right, I know. Right? But I love how you put that together. Right? So we need to get serious. We need to be serious. We need to be serious with the politics. Right? We need to be serious. Right? And I am not, every Friday I come here. I understand that people, right, waiting up, right, to hear from us. And that tell me that me can't let down my subscribers. I cannot let them down because they want to be guided. So me have to find the time to research what needs to be researched. because people are not wasting their precious time. You understand? To come looking at my face on a Friday. People are come to be guided. Right? People are come because they want a better nation. People are come because they want to see us talk out. People are coming because they are facing the inflation. Facing the inflation. Right? And so then social media, right, has to make sure that when we do our research and we are giving our information, we are not misleading the people. We are not misleading the people. That's why every time I speak, I have to speak on a document that is going to back my argument. Every time Mystic Sensation comes here, and Mystic Sensation speak, Mystic Sensation, rest assured, done his research, and is going to show you the source of reference where that documentation is from. Right? If I don't have that source of reference, I am not going to speak on the subject matter. If I am not adept about a particular subject, I am not going to speak until I properly research it. If I can't get the facts to solidify what I am saying, I am not going to speak on it. And so then when I come here to speak and show certain things, right? We are not propagandizing, right? We are taking the source from mainstream media or other reputable source. Jamaica needs rebuilding and resocialization towards critical thinking. We should put the country on a firm path towards development. It can't be just the athletes or entertainers to put us up. So well said, so well stated, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, you know, it comes to that time, right, where I don't want to hold you any longer, right? For persons I know very well that, of course, anticipating the weekend, I want to say a big thanks, and I thank you for all the new subscribers. I really thank you so much to give us the strength, continue to give us the push, and we will make the endeavor best, right, to aid in the process, right, in terms of critical thinking and making sure that when the next election comes, we are making the right decision. We are voting on the strength of policy. We are voting on the strength of integrity. We are voting on the strength of checks and balance and transparency and accountability. That is what we are here for. And we will always be here, right? Fighting for our people. Even although some will criticize us, but we still, because there are more to win as it relates to our subscribers who supporting the platform and telling us to always carry on. We are saying, we love you always, and thanks for subscribing, right? Thanks for liking the live. Thanks for sharing it. Once again, we appreciate you all, and thank you. We want to see that we are here every Friday doing what we need to do.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate the insightful discussion that you invoke every week. Really appreciate it and the amount of work that you put into it. So guys, we have come to the end, and I want to say thank you so much again for everyone who's here. I always say it, You could have been doing something else on your Friday night and you chose to be with us. So we do not take that for granted. We really, really, really appreciate that. And I want you to have a wonderful and blessed weekend. Stay safe. Look out for each other. Be your brother's keeper. And until next week, safe travel on the gravel. Love you all. Bye.
Peace out.